Well, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Neighborhood Health Advisory Council, I want to welcome everyone to the Project Review Committee. I thank everyone for their patience. It's good to be here in person and with our friends in Rochester, New York City. And my name is Michael Orth, and I am chairing today's meeting. I have big shoes to fill with Hilda being out, and also now that we're a little bit behind, but we know we will be efficient and get going. Just a couple of housekeeping quick reminders for all the sites. The microphones are extremely sensitive. So please be cautious about any side conversations or crumbling of paper. And if you do have to speak, please leave the room. It makes it easier, and so we hear everyone clearly. You don't want to be recorded saying anything you may not want to be heard saying. With that said, also, we have 11 projects today. We ask that each presentation be around 10 minutes. And all of the committee members have had the packets in advance, so we're not going to review all the materials. We ask all our presenters to not repeat information so we can be as efficient and effective as possible. Just to make sure we have a quorum, we'd like to go around and just announce the project review committee members. And we'll start here in Albany. Michael Orth, I am Westchester County, and I'm chairing again. And any other committee members who are Glenn, you're not a voting member?
I'm not Glenn, we've been chair, but I'm not a voting member.
But Glenn's a very important person as well, even though he can't vote. Thank you, Glenn, for joining us. I don't think we have any other members here in Albany, so we'll go to our friends in New York City. If you can just do, sorry. Okay. Any New York City project committee members, can you kindly introduce themselves?
Sabina Lim, Mount Sinai.
Ian Schaefer. David Woodlock.
Debbie Panton.
A little bit louder, I'm not sure if we're getting audio.
Kathy Gardini.
Carrie Megley.
I'm sorry, I think we're having trouble here in Albany with audio. Can you guys
Can
hear
you
us?
hear?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we
Can
can
you hear
barely
us?
hear you guys.
Hello.
We can barely hear you, Carrie. I hear you're trying.
No. I don't think this mic is working that well. Anyway, Carrie Megley, Family Ties at Westchester.
Kathy Gardini. Sabina Lim. Debbie Panton.
David Woodlock. Ian Schaefer.
Did you guys get that? No, got nothing.
Got it?
Anyone else on the committee? Now we're getting feedback on our end, guys. We apologize. Anybody else in New York City did not have a chance to introduce themselves on the committee? Okay, great. I think we're going to move to Rochester. Rochester, can you hear us? We can't hear you guys. We apologize, guys. Give us a second. We're struggling with audio now. Again, everyone, we apologize. Our good friends at Oasis and All Major Tech teams are working on it, so just bear with us.
It's not lighting up. having a ball in right
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're still working on some of the technical difficulties. Thank you.
Oh, well, people forget. I've never seen this before. Yeah, yeah. I'm looking at him saying, that's what I never did. Yeah, uh-oh. That's nuts. Let me taste it.
Front desk. Oh no.
My son-in-law just
Yeah.
Wi-Fi. Oh.
He's basically down there.
Debbie Payton, she's on this committee. She's not, though, right? So we're not going to count. Okay. So, yeah. Yes.
Yes. So one of the things that Keith mentioned in Rochester is everyone must speak loudly in order to be heard. So please do your best to speak, use your loudest voice possible. So I think we're good to move forward. Again, we're going to move forward with our first project. We're going to start with the OMH projects. And again, thank the team of OMH for preparing the documents that everyone has in front of them. We'll start with Forest Lake Inc. And the OMH project manager is Bernadette Muller. I also ask at this time anyone recuse themselves who is not going to stay for this presentation can leave the room. We appreciate it. If not, we'll get started. So just briefly, this is for them to establish CFTSS services for children and adolescents up to 21 years of age. It includes Kings and Queens County. Forestel Inc. is not a licensed OMH provider. They have provided in compliance with OCFS services. They have received the approval from the LGU in Queens and OMH with conditions. So I'll pass it on to Bernadette to share a little bit more about the project and some of the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not good at All right, this is project MHD 2857. It's the Forestel Incorporated. As Mike said, they're looking to establish a new program, children's program. The agency was established in 1854 by a group of local women in Brooklyn and was built to support children's basic trade skills. It ended up operating 5 schools before the emergence of the public schools. Then they changed their focus to providing residential care for abused and/or abandoned children. In 1941, they received the apartment of Forest Hill and built a residential campus. Eventually, a foster boarding home was developed. By 1980, they adjusted their focus again to foster care and adoption, no longer providing a residential treatment program. The applicant has indicated that the diversity of the proposed program service areas, Queens in particular, is the primary reason for the need of the service.
Yeah.
With 47% of the population being foreign born.
So our other locations are having a bit of a hard time hearing you, so we can really pump up that volume.
She might have to come closer to the mic.
We can't hear you here.
Can't hear you.
Bernadette is coming closer to the mic. Thank you.
Yeah,
It's also the paper rustling that we're hearing. Somebody's rustling papers near a mic, and that kind of cuts over top.
No, we're not starting from the beginning. Okay, so the diverse population, the areas of concern include increased chances of familial and intimate partner abuse, substance use disorders, and engagement with the child welfare system. In Kings County, there's a high population density that also they've experienced large economic and cultural growth in communities such as Park Slope and Fort Greene, while others have not. Trying to show here. So with over 1.2 million residents enrolled in Medicaid support, the existence of the economic gap supports the need for services to be available. Those experiencing barriers to equity, histories of trauma and abuse, addiction, domestic violence, and untreated mental health concerns. The proposed program will provide needed interventions for families and children at risk in the community. The services provided in the community for children and youth are given the opportunity to work within a practical situation, develop skills to maintain their own wellness, which in turn decreases the need for more services over time. All reviewers are recommending approval with some conditions. Most of them are listed in your summary. After the summary was submitted, there were a couple additional ones that came in, which were a request to clarify the reference to contracted therapists in the budget, clarifying the zero billing for the OLP evaluation and group modality for CPST, and to confirm the qualifications of the clinical supervisor. representatives from Forestdale are at the New York City field office, and they are Maria Astudillo and Lorraine Gonzalez Maestra.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? I just want to do a note under the budget. It says the revenue is 1 million, and there's a mistake on the total expenses. Their expenses are not 14 million, I assume. I think it's 1 million. There's a mistake on that. Any other questions from committee members before we, while we have our friends here from the Forestdale Inc. as well?
The only comment, I don't know if you can hear me, this is Glenn. The only comment I have is, and I'm glad, Bernadette, this was addressed, because staffing of 12.8 FTEs, 10 of which are contact therapists, it's a little bit of, I'm glad you're getting more information about it. I think that's very important to find out more about that and the supervision piece and everything that's engaged with that. But we'll talk about that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone from our two sites who have any questions, comments?
Michael, I do. It's Carrie. Yeah, I'm
Hi,
just
Carrie.
wondering about the full array of CFTS services, the non-licensed services. I don't see anything in there about youth and family care or respite. So I'm just wondering, are those going to be included, and how are those funded?
I think where we landed with the last creation was those are part of the application.
And so I don't see them in the budget. I'm just wondering. Are those per diem workers, or how is that?
Yes, they would be per diem staff as well.
Okay. And you talk about the percentage of people being foreign born, and I'm just wondering about your plans for having a diverse language capacity.
Yes.
Can you speak to that at all?
Yes. So primarily the language outside of English is Spanish. So we do have Spanish-speaking clinicians and that are culturally competent, and families outside of needing Spanish, I mean, there's really been a small percentage, and so I think we will work to bring on board more languages and represent that, but.
And the only one is, it's Mandarin that's the other one. And we just hired somebody with a consultant clinician that speaks Mandarin. And that's the other language that we really haven't.
And are you guys providing health home care coordination as well? Okay.
We do have a health
You
home
do that
care,
already,
yes.
so that via referrals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just had the same question with your support, and then it's part of one of the CFTS. How would you staff the support staff? Would it be like a youth person, a youth support, or family advocate? How would you actually incorporate that into these services?
So we do have a parent advocate on staff that's full time. So I think part of the work could come from her position. But I think the model that we have had thus far for the CFTS program in the foster care world has been contact clinicians. So I think we're open to having time positions as well. And we would need to decide demand and number of hours per week.
Thank you.
Any other questions from New York City or Rochester before we make a motion to move the project? Okay, with that said, since we can't see everyone, we're going to base it really on voice and acknowledgement. So if you would like, I'd like to make a motion to move the project forward. Would anybody like to?
Debbie, second.
Debbie, thank you. Okay, so we're going to vote now. Any abstentions for the vote? No, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, with that said, we'll make a motion, carry it forward. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for the folks at Forestdale as well. Thank you, Bernadette. So our second project, moving along as efficiently as possible, is St. Joe's Rehabilitation Center, Inc. We're lucky to have from OMH Kelly Bivens joining us. And again, I ask any members to recuse themselves if needed. At this point, just to make some highlights, St. Joe's Rehabilitation Center proposes to establish a new clinic, treatment Article 31. They already have integrated Article 32 outpatient clinic. The project is in Franklin County. And again, they have providing co-occurring treatment under an MOU, a district waiver, and also CCBHC expansion grant from SAMHSA. They did include a need statement, an expansion of their integrated care capacity. They're currently not an OMH licensed program. Their staffing is 5.72 FTEs and an annual caseload of 7,140. We do have all the appropriate budget information, and the project was supported by Franklin County and OMH approval with certain conditions. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Kelly. Thanks for joining us.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Everyone here loud and clear?
Great.
Great.
Yes.
St. Joseph's Rehabilitation Center is a not-for-profit corporation, and they're requesting to establish an Article 31 clinic treatment program in Franklin County that will be co-located and integrated with their already established Article 32 outpatient program. St. Joe's currently operates 5 OASIS licensed outpatient programs, all of which are in good standing. They've been providing mental health services to individuals with co-occurring mental health and substance use disorders under a District 3AI waiver and CCBHC expansion grant, as Michael mentioned. The Health Professional Shortage Area, or HPSA tool, indicates that Franklin County needs at least 2 additional mental health professionals. Additionally, other mental health providers in the area are reporting at least a 2-week wait time from assessment to first visit. St. Joe's is eager to provide integrated mental health and substance use services to meet the needs of the individuals in Franklin County and surrounding counties. Franklin County and OMH have recommended approval with a few minor conditions, all of which are listed in the summary. Robert Ross, Bridget Shaheen, Robin Gay, and Decille Moore from St. Joseph's are here in person in Albany to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kelly. We'll start with any questions, comments from our committee members.
I have one quick question, Michael Terry. Again, I'm just looking at the staffing and your peer specialist. It's it's one full time. And will that be a family peer, a SERPA, or how will that be distributed?
Our guests from St. Joseph's are just preparing to speak, guys. Give us a second. Thank you. Yes, you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Currently, we are arranging for all of our peers to be dually certified as SERPAs as well as peer specialists. We are looking for youth peer advocate and family peer advocates. That's a search, and we are more than open to hiring and providing those services when we're able.
Thank you. I was interested also, and I commend you guys for really trying to provide co-occurring integrated care, which is much needed. Wondering if you guys use any evidence-based practices to achieve sort of a co-occurring competent practices?
Of course. We use motivational interviewing, CBT. We are very trauma-informed sanctuary certified. We have people certified in TFCBT, and I just lost the other one. So many trauma-informed. We are also working, we have had a long-standing family program, so multi-dimensional family treatment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Any other questions from committee members?
Yeah, this is Debbie in New York City. Just to piggyback on the comment around the families, if you could talk a little bit about your plan to work with families with regard to the staffing.
Sure. Well, our licensed mental health clinicians are all experienced working with families and children. And we, again, have a longstanding family program with our Article 32 services. And so we have on the training plan that all staff will be trained in treating families. So I'm not sure that answers your question.
That's fine. Thanks.
Okay.
Hi, it's Sabina from New York City. I just want to ask a little bit more about the prescribers, and I understand completely how difficult it is to find psychiatrists and psych NPs. And I understand that it's to start off with, you're going to do 1 day a week. Is that literally going to be 1 day a week? Is it going to be spread out across different days of the week? It looks like there will be a couple hundred unique patients that you're aiming to serve. So that does seem to me to be kind of a low FTE for prescribers. So if you could just comment a little more on that, that'd be great.
Sure. We have secured a full-time psychiatrist for the agency, and a number of those hours are secured specifically for Article 31. We also have a psychiatric nurse practitioner who, if we need more hours, we can secure those hours, and we are flexible with the hours. We are lucky in that our psychiatrist is very willing to provide services on weekends or evenings.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Michael, this is David. One perhaps last question, really for OMH more than the applicant, and that is applying for another freestanding set of regulations with OMH the most efficacious way to get to integrated care?
Good question, David, and Kelly's going to come up and speak on that. Thank you.
I can share that for OMH right now, that's really the only way for obtaining an integrated license. Certainly Article 31 can provide some level of substance abuse care, but the integrated license is the most effective way right now. We are in the process of reviewing those regs and considering rewriting them for the future.
Thank you, Kelly. I also just one quick comment on the budget and looking about financial viability and sustainability, noticing that on commercial insurance, you did have a fairly substantial, at least what I would consider substantial amount. Have you had success with commercial insurance and the rates to be financially viable? It's good to see if that is the case.
Hi, Bridget.
Hi, Bridget.
Contracting and billing manager with St. Joe's. We have 12 payers that we're currently contracted with. We have a good relationship. We handle the managed care and the commercial for all product lines of those payers.
Mm-hmm. That's good to hear that they've, great. Thank you for sharing that information. Any final questions from committee members? Okay, not hearing anyone. I'll make a motion to move the project.
Second. Debbie, second.
Second, thank you. Anyone wish to abstain? Hearing none, those who approve? Aye.
Aye.
Any that oppose? Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Thank you so much, team at St. Joe's. Our next presentation and project, and I apologize in advance if I do pronounce this correctly, the Yalndanu Health, Inc. And we have the project manager, Rudy, here joining us. Thank you, Rudy. And again, I ask any committee members to recuse themselves at this time if necessary. If not, again, just a quick overview. The applications for CFTSS services, Article 31, Children's Mental Health Rehabilitation Services in Kings County. This is a project or agency that was established this year under a school educational program. They also had 2014 OPWDD certification, including the following services: ComHab, Respite, IBS, Family, Education Training, and Physical Intermediary Services, serving 150 children. They're currently not an OMH licensed provider. They are in good standing with OPWD, as the information indicates. And basically, as we know, this is mainly a revenue Medicaid billable service, and their staffing is 5.7 FTEs. The LGU and OMH have approved the initial application as well. So I'll turn it over to Rudy for additional information, and then we'll get into questions and discussion. Thank you, Rudy.
Thank you. I'll just add a few additional comments on that. So MHD 2877 was submitted by Aldenu to establish an Article 31 CMHRS program to service the communities of Kings County. Services will be provided Sunday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And Aldenu was founded in 2006 as a special education support to children within the Hasidic Orthodox Jewish community struggling with autism and other behavioral issues. While the organization has specialized in serving the Hasidic Orthodox Jewish community, its services are available to all members of the community and is committed to providing services in the recipient's preferred languages and will be mindful of their cultural of their diverse cultural backgrounds. In 2014, as was said, Aldenu also received certification from the Office of People with Developmental Disabilities and is currently serving 150 children in that program. The program has received a positive rating from OPWDD, and they are in good standing with that office. The proposed program would allow Aldenu to provide a broader array of services, which would now include mental health to the communities of Kings County. All reviewers are recommending approval, as is the Office of Mental Health. We have 3 representatives in New York City field office or site.
Thank you so much, Rudy. Again, we'll put it out questions from committee members.
Yeah, this is Debbie in New York City. Hi, guys.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi. So, in terms of, I know you do have a plan, but if you could talk to the committee a little bit about the plan for your off hours.
So, essentially, our goal, we're not going to be functioning straight.
Use this and, right.
So, our plan is not to be functioning necessarily straight from 8 to 8. That's what we put these hours. Our goal is to work at the convenience of the families and children that we're supporting. And therefore, the children who are better served evening hours, or sometimes even in the early morning hours when it's hard to get some kids out the door. So we're recruiting staff that's going to be flexible about when they're willing to work, and that's our goal, so that we can really be available when families need us.
Thank you.
I have a question. Actually, 2 questions. And again, thinking about the CFTS service array, I see you've only got a 0.1 FTE for peer supports, and I'm that's not very much.
You're right.
So do you not foresee a need for youth and family supports, or
a very significant need for that? And we just talked about this yesterday. We've identified 2 individuals who are willing to keep the training and fill that role for us. So we think that that's probably lower than what's going to be the reality. Initially, we talked about stigma and families not wanting to talk to each other, and we're seeing that we're probably wrong on that piece. And I think the peer supports are going to be play a bigger role than what we initially anticipated.
A youth, a parent, and a youth advocate.
So our initial is a family peer advocate. That's what we've identified to training. The youth peer advocate will be kind of we're actually struggling with that piece to find the right person to do it.
Mm-hmm. I guess another question that I have that I'd be interested in learning more about is you're talking about evidence-based practices. We just spent 2 days in Albany at a system of care conference talking about the increase in the number of youngsters that are coming to us with ASD. And I'm just wondering, can you talk a little bit about what evidence-based practices you're referring to? Certainly there's a dearth of support in that area.
So we have a kind of we're looking at it in a two-step approach. On the one hand, there are children with ASD we have a full range of evidence-based practice. We do trainings. There are people coming to Yaldena to learn about the evidence-based practices that. And then for our more general big picture, because we're not anticipating serving only children with ASD, we're using the more typical modalities like MI, CBT, BPT, parent training. We feel like that's a big piece when we're dealing with especially young children. You want to talk to the ASD evidence?
Sure. So what we've been seeing is that many kids that present as autism, very often they're really they're trauma. They haven't been given the opportunities very early in life to receive what they need, and therefore their brain literally shuts down. And when their brain shuts down, it presents itself very often as symptoms of autism. We also have children with clearly autism, but they also have very, very challenging home issues. So we've seen in our school a combination of kids that really, initially when we started the school, we were very into education. And we have the best behavior analysts on staff, best OTs, speech therapists, but like in the last couple of years, we hired full-time mental health professionals because we realized that it's not, the social emotional piece is so critical. When kids act up, whatever they are, wherever their cognition is, it's about their feelings and about their safety. And we must target that before we can really deal with behaviors. So we're very, very familiar with mental health. We're doing it a lot, and we're seeing great results with the kids.
I think you want to just also mention one of their strongest areas in terms of evidence-based cases.
Sure.
And
sorry, I didn't hear that.
ABA. Yeah. And can you talk a little bit about workforce? I mean, that another big issue is actually finding and identifying people that are willing and able to come into the home and support families in their natural environment.
So it's tricky. It is tricky. We've figured out different ways to motivate. We target a lot of young people that are idealistic, haven't been burnt yet in life, and we motivate them in very it's funny what could get people motivated. We'll give out all types of swag. We do a lot of parties. We do a lot of motivation to be part of this organization. And the girls love it. They really, they enjoy it. And they really, they walk around with a lot of pride. We just did little bumper stickers on cars that say, "I'm a proud Yaldenu staff member." And, people are driving around with it very happily. So it's these little things.
So final question, do you foresee only serving the Hasidic population, or will you be expanding?
We're open to more, whatever the need is.
Basically, what we do is we monitor our intake, kind of. So we're constantly looking to see like who's calling, and so we can address their, we can hire the appropriate staff. Like right now, we have staff who are bilingual, Yiddish, Hebrew. We're looking to hire somebody who speaks Spanish so that we can accommodate the Spanish-speaking community. And we're, certainly we're here to serve everyone and have
you only serving
in Brooklyn right now. Right now, we hope to be back.
Well, thank you. Any questions from our friends in Rochester members before we move on?
No.
Thank you. I want to just echo what Carrie and others have been talking about, the importance of having really solid assessments that drive services and approaches, and it sounds like you guys are doing a solid job of that and recognizing any co-occurring or complex issues and trauma-informed issues. So credit to you guys for really highlighting that. Any other final comments? All right, I'll make a motion to move the project forward.
Second, Russell.
Is that Russell? Okay. Anyone wish to abstain at this time? Hearing none, approved? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed at this time? Okay, motion carried. Thank you, folks, for joining us for the presentation.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you as well. Okay, we're going to move on over to our OASIS projects. We have 8, so we'll try to move as efficiently and effectively as possible. And we're going to start first with MHA, Mental Health Association of Westchester. And we have Linda joining us from OASIS. And at this time, I'll ask any members to recuse themselves if appropriate. I'm good.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. This is certification application 2022-024, Mental Health Association of Westchester County, Inc. Mental Health Association of Westchester County is a New York State not-for-profit corporation incorporated in 1946. Its certification application requesting OASIS approval to become a new provider of Part 822 outpatient services to be provided at 360 Mamaroneck Avenue in White Plains. MHA of Westchester is a designated CCBHC currently operating an Article 31 mental health clinic at this site as well. MHA of Westchester currently has 20 board members, one of whom has experience in the addiction services field. They plan to offer a complete array of services as well as medication-assisted treatment. Their belief is that there is no wrong door for clients with co-occurring challenges and in making services accessible to all. MHA of Westchester will welcome all to receive services. However, they are dedicated to meeting the specific needs of women, parolees and probationers, the Hispanic and Latino population, and those with co-occurring disorders. They will also offer the Encompass program, a unique evidence-based integrated treatment program for adolescents and young adults with mental health challenges and substance use, misuse, or addiction. The applicant plans to serve approximately 180 clients annually and will operate Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. and on Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. The Westchester County Department of Mental Health 2019 Local Services Plan identified access challenges to outpatient addiction treatment, and their 2021 Local Services Plan noted that these challenges continue with further exacerbation from the COVID-19 pandemic. MHA of Westchester's proposed staffing includes a clinical director, part-time physician, psychiatric nurse practitioner, and nurse, and 2 full-time KSACs and clinicians, as well as the full-time SERPA, which meets OASIS minimum requirements. They have linkage agreements with area agencies for services not provided by their OMH licensed programs or the proposed outpatient service. Several letters in support of this applicant's efforts to establish this new clinic were received from other providers of addiction services in the area, as well as local politicians. Westchester County Department of Mental Health and OASIS Lower Hudson Regional Office are in support of this application. OASIS Fiscal Audit and Review Unit has found the applicant to be fiscally viable. A floor plan review, physical plant inspection, and SECRA were completed by OASIS Facilities Evaluation and Inspection Unit, and the space was found to be suitable for the services to be provided. OMH has indicated that MHA of Westchester is in good standing with that agency, and OASIS recommendation is to approve the application with the following contingencies: verification of hiring sufficient staff to meet the regulatory requirements, appointment of a second board member with experience in the addiction services field, and a copy of the filing receipt from the New York State Department of State indicating that the amended certificate of incorporation with OASIS required purposes language has been filed.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any questions, comments from committee members at this time?
This is Debbie. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I do have 2 people in the, I think maybe in the New York City office, Jordania Estrella and Rosemary Spencer. We're supposed to be present in the New York City office. Is there a question?
They are.
They're here.
Excellent.
Great.
I have a question. In the application, it's indicated that there are 4 missing policies that the applicant is to provide. Was
yes,
that done?
I should have spoken to that. Yes, they have provided that has been cleared up. They have provided all the necessary policies and procedures.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Debbie, New York City. Quick question. The appointment of the board members are quite clear. My question is around the management staff and the experience in running addiction treatment programs.
So we, I'm the senior director of SED for MHA of Westchester, and I've worked in both OMH, DOH, and OASIS programs. So I have run OASIS clinics in the past. I worked for St. John's Riverside in Yonkers for quite a while, and worked in other hospital-based programs that do integrated services.
Great. And to supplement that, I am the Chief Clinical Officer. I hold a KSAC and an LCSW. I have managed medication treatment program for over 15 years, and I will be
She
working
could
very
speak up.
closely.
Yes, can New York City speak up, please? We really can't hear in Rochester.
Mike, this is right.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
I was just sharing that I am the Chief Clinical Officer at MHA, and I have overall over 22 years of experience managing SUD services, about 10 specifically managing medication-assisted treatment programs, and I will be working very closely with Rosemary Spencer in managing the administrative aspect of the programs.
Okay, great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from committee members in New York City or Rochester?
No.
Okay, hearing none, I'll make a motion to move the project forward.
Second.
Second, thank you. Anyone wish to abstain? I will, Michael Orr. All that approved, say aye, please.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion will be carried. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, MHA staff, for joining us as well.
Thank you.
Okay, moving with our second OASIS presentation, we have BHSAC June, and I apologize if I have not mispronounced that, of Hope Development, Inc., and we have Linda joining us as well. And again, ask anyone to recruit themselves if needed at this time. They're applying as a new OASIS provider, Outpatient Services Part 822. This is in Kings County. They're also a CCBHC status by SAMHSA, an expansion grant to add addiction disorder to current OMH and OPWD services. There is a letter of support from the LGU and New York City recommendation. And we will have Linda share a little bit more with us on some of the details.
Yes, thank you. This is BHSAC June Hope Development, Inc., certification application 2022-002. BHSAC June has submitted a certification application requesting OASIS approval to become a new provider of Part 822 outpatient services to be located at 926 Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn. BHSAC June was incorporated in 1983 as a not-for-profit corporation whose purpose was to provide the unmet needs of the local Orthodox, Hasidic Jewish community and summer camp opportunities and residential facilities for developmentally disabled youth in Kings County. BHSAC June has 10 board members, one of whom has acceptable experience in the addiction services field, with others having behavioral health experience. BHSAC June was granted CCBHC status by SAMHSA in 2019 and are the recipients of an expansion grant award to add addiction services to their currently certified OMH and OPWDD services. They plan to offer patient-centered trauma-informed care in their individual, group, and family counseling services, and will also be offering medication-assisted treatment. Their focus will be on those with co-occurring disorders. However, they will welcome those in need of addiction services only. The hours of operation for this service will be Monday from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m., Tuesday from 1 to 9, Wednesday and Thursday from 2 to 9, and Friday from 11 to 2, as well as Sunday from 2 to 9. They anticipate serving approximately 100 clients per year. In addition to providing the services to the current clientele, BHSAC June will reach out to those affected by addiction in the northern Brooklyn area, particularly the Orthodox Jewish, Asian, and Hispanic populations, to which they will provide culturally appropriate care. The staffing plan submitted by BHSAC June includes a director of services, part-time medical director, nurse practitioner, and registered nurse, and full-time KSAC, SERPA, and LCSW, which meets OASIS minimum staffing requirements. They have a transfer agreement with Maimonides Medical Center, and they also have indicated they will work with other providers in the area for levels of care not provided at BHSAC June. A floor plan and secret were performed by OASIS Facilities Evaluation and Inspection Unit, and the space was found to be sufficient for its intended use. OASIS Fiscal Audit and Review Unit has determined the applicant is fiscally viable. BHSAC June has provided extensive evidence of community support for this service, and the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, as well as the OASIS New York City Regional Office, are in support of the application. OMH has indicated that BHSAC June is in good standing with that agency. OPWDD stated that while there had been past compliance issues, BHSAC June is moving in the right direction And just a couple of days ago, on June 13th, they issued a letter to BHSAC June stating that any recent deficiencies had been adequately addressed in the program's plan of correction. OASIS recommends approval of this application with the following contingencies: verification of hiring sufficient staff to meet the regulatory requirements, copy of the filing receipt from the New York State Department of State indicating the amended certificate of incorporation has been filed with them, and a final physical plant inspection by OASIS Facilities Evaluation and Inspection Unit. And I do have Steve Rabinowitz down in the city. He's a consultant for BHSAC TICFA, as well as Yehiel Benedict and Hindi Langer.
Thank you, Linda. We'll throw it out to any questions from committee members or comments.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Do you have an age range that you're looking at here? I couldn't tell. I might have missed it.
We serve a lot of children.
I apologize. Can you please speak up? It's hard to hear up here in Albany. Speak up kindly, New York City.
We don't have a specific age range. We serve, the whole gamut, kind of, from children, adolescents, adults, and even seniors. Based on the need, and we want to expand towards providing more integrated care and being able to adequately serve those who are struggling with addiction issues, and train staff accordingly as well.
Yeah, I asked a question because there's a big difference in treating young kids and adolescents who are addicted. So I was just, as a starting point, are you looking to treat sort of the because if you do everybody, you have a hard time doing anybody.
I think it's mainly going to be adolescents and probably like young adults. Primary.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Right. And yeah, I have also had some conversation with them at some point about developing sort of specialized track or programming for older adults. There's a tremendous undiagnosed and untreated population of older adults, particularly coming out of the pandemic. So that's something we'll be looking at going forward.
Yes, and we have someone on board, Zelman Counson, who I discussed with. He specifically works with the older adult population, and he would like to maybe branch out as well to serve those struggling with addictions, being that he has experience with that population.
Hi, this is Michael up in Albany. Just to add to that question, in terms of are there certain models of care that the organization uses more practices in terms of evidence-based practices, and also for the different age groups that you found successful or hope to incorporate in this model?
So I know that we're planning on doing a lot of motivational interviewing is kind of one of our strongest pieces that we're going to be doing. As a CCBHC expansion grantee, we've invested, I would say, close to $100,000 over the last year in training opportunities for our staff and a pretty broad range of evidence-based practice.
There's a lot of focus on trauma currently, trauma-informed care. As we move towards serving the addiction population, we will definitely them in stages of change, motivational interviewing, and more stage-based treatment serving that population.
And one of the areas that I'm kind of conversant in from my former life is the 7 Challenges curriculum for adolescents, and we'll talk about that applicability. Well, I know DOHMH was sponsoring that curriculum for some time, so we'll look at that and see if that might fit as well.
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit, particularly since you're going to be working with adolescents and young adults, can you talk a little bit about your work engaging the family and what that would look like?
So, yeah. I think that there needs to be, helping, educating the family on what addictions are about. Some people are not very familiar, specifically secluded communities. They're not so familiar with, and we also need to be culturally sensitive to them. We're very concerned about the issue about stigma, which is a big issue in these communities. They're very, very afraid to reach out for care, and we're trying to make it very sensitive to them. So it's a lot about education and teaching them how to understand these adolescents instead of like being critical or.
We also, at South Tikva, we have a care management department. We have a health home program, health home for children program. So there's a lot of just this coordinating care that's on. That's also something that we're doing as part of our CCBHC expansion grantee. We must have reached out over the last year to over 20 community-based organizations. We've met with so many hospitals and organizations and systems to kind of create these relationships so that we have good referral sources, easy ways to do warm handoffs, and be able to wrap care around families and children. Sometimes it's also about bringing in other services. We're also a provider of the CMHRS license services and of children's HCBS. So we do have an awful lot of services that we can wrap around children and families to, give them a really.
I just want to also mention that a particular situation that occurs in our community is when we have people kind of leave the fold, and all of a sudden they find themselves on the street and they're taking drugs and they're doing a lot of things that are not so good, not so moral, and we want to kind of attract those people and be available to them to service both those people who are leaving the fold and also help the families understand them better.
Thank you. We have a question here in Albany.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your outreaches, and I know it's a community that definitely needs a lot of outreach. I know there's a lot of stigma, so I appreciate that. But off that, this is more a question for our colleagues at OASAS. I noted that in 2019, OPWDD took an adverse action around the agency for failure to comply, which is either serious, systemic, or pervasive. So it's fairly, it's an important question to ask. So I just want to know, I guess, from the state's perspective, are you comfortable with the remediation plan? Are you comfortable with having talked to OPWDD about everything being satisfied and to move forward in this end?
Yeah, I think from the standpoint that they're making improvements, the last time they were reviewed, there were a few issues, but they were able to clear those issues up with a corrective action plan. So I think, yes, I think because they have improved since that initial 2019 issue, we feel comfortable.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from New York City or our friends in Rochester?
Michael, one more statement here from the applicant.
Thank you,
Yes,
David.
I would like to say that we will make a strong effort to focus on compliance and making sure that the staff is trained appropriately to do proper documentation, timely documentation, and we would also want to revamp our intake process to really sort out those who are struggling with the comorbid issues. So we're definitely focused on that.
Right. And the board member who has experience in addiction services is actually a former Oasis employee who's very well grounded in compliance and regulatory review. So I think he'll be a tremendous help to the agency in going forward on that as well.
Well, thank you for sharing that. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we'll make a motion to move the project forward. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Anyone wish to abstain? Hearing none, motion for approval, aye.
Aye.
Any members opposed? Okay, with that said, a motion is carried. Thank you for joining us, friends. Thank you. Okay, our next project, we are fortunate to have Jennifer again joining us with the Grand Union Holistic Solutions, LLC. Again, I ask anyone to recuse themselves at this time if necessary. They're applying as a new OASIS provider, Part 822 outpatient treatment, located in Richmond County, Staten Island. Grand Union is a newly formed LLC, July 2020, led by ownership of 4 individuals. They are not going to bill for Medicaid or Medicare. It's patient fees and private insurance. Their staffing plan meets regulatory requirements, and they did receive support of the LGU and OASIS approval with certain contingencies. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good.
So this is Grand Union Holistic Solutions LLC certification application 2020-070. They are requesting approval to become a new OASIS provider of Part 822 outpatient treatment services. They have 3 owners. It's owned by Jeffrey Klein at 45%, Paul Jonai at 45%, and Dr. Sanjeet Khanna at 10%. All the owners hold the voting rights equal to the ownership percent. Jeffrey is a former Assemblyman and Senator for New York State and was the chair of the New York State Senate Alcohol and Substance Abuse Committee from 2011 to 2013. Dr. Sanjeet Khanna, who is a psychiatrist, will function as the program's medical director. Dr. Khanna is currently licensed in New York State and has been providing psychiatric services for over 10 years and holds a buprenorphine waiver certification. Paul Jonai is the president of New Rec Management Corporation, a real estate company in the Bronx. The site for the proposed action is located at Corporate Commons 2, 1441 South Avenue. They have ample parking and are on bus lines. The proposed hours of operation are Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and on Saturdays 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Grand Union plans to treat individuals and families with blending the latest evidence-based practices utilizing a medical and psychological approach. Services include an assessment, medical services, including ancillary withdrawal and medication-assisted therapies, individual, group, and family counseling. According to the New York City Office of Chief Medical Examiner and the New York City Health Department's Bureau of Vital Statistics, for 2020, it was reported that 132 Staten Island residents died of a drug overdose, and that Staten Island residents ages 35 to 54 had the largest number of overdose deaths. And according to Richmond County District Attorney's Office, over 170 people overdosed on drugs during the first 9 months of 2021 on Staten Island, a trend which continues fueled by the COVID-19 epidemic. The staffing plan submitted meets regulatory requirements, and they plan to increase their staffing as they build their patient census. The policies and procedures have been reviewed for regulatory compliance and accepted by OASIS. They address continuity of care within their treatment policies and procedures to ensure each patient is properly involved in the with the clinical staff in their ongoing care management. Grand Union received letters of support from Community Board 2, as well as from Senator Lanza, Borough President James Adoto, Minority Leader Stephen Mateo, and Senator Savino. According to OASIS Provider Directory System, there are 4 outpatient clinics in a 5-mile radius of this location. However, only one is in the Community Board 2 district. The LGU and OASIS Regional Office are in support of this application. The applicant has submitted documentation to indicate sufficient funds to sustain 6 months of startup costs while building their patient census. OASIS and Facilities Environment and Inspection Unit performed a state quality environmental review and a floor plan review and determined that the is more than sufficient to house a Part 822 outpatient program. Once the renovations on site are completed, OASIS FEIU will complete a physical plant inspection and the proposed lease will be executed. OASIS recommendation is to approve this request with the following contingencies: verification of the hiring of sufficient staff to meet regulatory requirements, OASIS inspection and approval of the completed facility, a copy of the filing receipt from the New York State Department of State indicating that the amended articles of organization have been filed, a copy of the fully executed operating agreement, and a receipt of the copy of the fully executed lease agreement containing OASIS right to reentry language. And in New York City, we have Jeff Klein, Brian Baldwin, and I think Blake Baldwin.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. And we'll begin with any questions or comments from the committee. And just starting here in Albany, I think the needs statement is quite evident that people are struggling and the overdose rates are quite high. I'm wondering, as a new provider of services, what have you done to establish yourself in the community, how to engage the relationships with individuals and various stakeholders? Also, if you can touch a little bit about what ages range you plan on serving, and also expand upon some of the evidence-based practices that you will be incorporating as part of your model. So I'll start with a couple of questions, and then maybe other members can jump in as well. Thank you again for joining us.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Michael. Jeff Klein is here. Brian Baldwin from Cicero Associates and Blake Baldwin. Let me just say a few words about the evidence-based practices. Grand Union will be providing motivational interviewing as well as cognitive behavioral therapy, in addition to medication-assisted treatment, and it intends to apply for the ancillary withdrawal designation, which has to be applied for after licensure. And I think it would be appropriate for Jeff Klein to talk a little bit about, some of the contacts in the community that have resulted in this application for Staten Island.
Yeah, I think the need was quite apparent by the support we gained from all of the local elected officials, as well as Community Board 2 in Staten Island, which voted unanimously to approve our program. They recognized also that the area that was mentioned in the statistics, that unfortunately Staten Island has a dubious distinction of having the second largest overdose rate of any county in New York State. And it really is individuals between 35 and 54. And that's going to be really our target population. And I think we're going to go a long way towards working with the local communities, with the local elected officials, with Staten Island University Hospital, with Richmond University Hospital, which everyone realizes is a tremendous need for additional addiction service providers.
Thank you. So if I heard correctly, and thank you, the age range is from 30 to 55, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Deb in New York City. Thank you for coming, and thank you for really addressing a very high need area in the city. I have two questions. One, that sort of piggybacks on Michael's question around, and it seems like you're well grounded in the community. If you could talk us through, as a new provider, what would be your referral process as clients come to you who cannot afford your services?
Yes, that is included in the budget. We've included 10% indigent care, people who pay nothing, because the expectation is that there will be at least that percentage of people who don't have insurance, don't have Medicaid, and don't have money. So that's built in to the budget.
We also like to have that scholarship built into also serving young adults also, because there is a need for that as well in the school system at night.
Okay, thank you. The second question I have, especially for the service area that you're in, could you talk to us a little bit about the overdose prevention protocols that you would have in place?
Yes. Grand Union is committed to distributing Narcan kits, publicizing that, and seeing that certainly all the clients that attend the program have access to the Narcan kits, as well as working with other community organizations to distribute Narcan kits, which have been seen to be one of the greatest preventative techniques for avoiding overdose, of which Staten Island has unfortunately a large number.
And I find that I would also recommend fentanyl strips as well.
Yes, right. Fentanyl strips as well. That's right. Fentanyl seems to be added to just about every drug available.
Thank you.
Other questions from members, either in Rochester, New York City?
Hi, Donna May. A few of the questions I had were answered, but the question I do have for Mr. Klein is, are you planning at all to get Medicaid at all in the future, or is this just a commercial, or I'll say, and is there a fee for service besides the 10% of people that are indigent?
Yes, in other words, the budget allows for at least 10% free care, but in addition, Grand Union will have a sliding scale for, people who can afford to pay something.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee members?
Just clarity, this is Russell from Rochester. In the proposal in your budget, it indicates you will not be billing at all Medicaid or Medicare, and that's going to be your model?
Yes, that's correct. The payer mix includes self-pay, commercial insurance, and free care for those who can't afford it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Final questions, comments? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to move the project forward.
Second.
Second, thank you. Anyone wish to abstain at this time?
Sabina Lim needs to abstain.
Thank you. All approved, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed at this time? Okay, motion carried. Thank you for joining us, friends at Grand Union Holistic Solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're almost close to being on time here with our schedule. Thank you, everyone, for moving us forward. Jennifer, again, will be presenting Cazenovia Recovery Systems, Inc. And again, I ask anyone to recuse themselves at this time if appropriate. This is a capital project, action to renovate and preserve a building and expand from current capacity from 16 to 21, which includes 21 women and 13 children. There's a waiting list. It's a safe place for women, pregnant women, and women with children to begin their recovery from substance misuse disorder. The OASIS is deemed the project physically viable and authorized to provide Part 819 supportive living services and Part 820 residential services. So I'll turn it over to Jennifer for more information, and then we'll get into any questions. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. This is Cazenovia Recovery Systems, Inc., application 2022045. Again, this action is to renovate and preserve existing building, which currently houses 16 women and 12 children under Part 820 residential services. The new space will allow for an increase of beds to accommodate 21 women and 13 children. The proposed renovations will include the addition of an elevator, renovations to the kitchen area to increase its size, HVAC improvements to provide proper ventilation, particularly in bathroom areas, addition of confidential meeting rooms, group space, as well as a safe space for mandated supervised visitation. The renovations will also include a dedicated child care area, repair walkways, and improve lighting to the exterior of the facility. This is an existing service which admitted 62 patients to its program in 2022 and has admitted 22 so far this year. Cazenovia Recovery Systems, Inc. was founded in the early 1980s as a shelter for young men suffering from alcoholism. In 1980, the Friends of Cazenovia Manor was established in the Buffalo area and was the first residential program for men with alcohol dependence. In the late 80s, they developed the first recovery care home in New York State, and in 2016, Cazenovia Recovery Systems began operating Madonna House, the subject of this application. The provider has continued to grow their programming, now operating 9 OASIS certified programs throughout Erie and Niagara counties. The OASIS Bureau of Fiscal Audit and Review has determined that the provider's current overall financial position is fiscally viable. OASIS Regional Office has reviewed the proposed budget and has reported no concerns. The proposed action will create a functional space for staff and patients in a code-compliant facility that meets OASIS regulations and will be able to serve the surrounding community with greater efficiency and reliability. OASIS Facilities Environment Inspection Unit performed a state quality environmental review and a floor plan review and determined that the space meets requirements. Casnovia Recovery System is currently authorized to provide 2 Part 819 supported living services, 7 Part 820 residential services, and are in compliance. Casnovia Recovery Systems has been an OASIS certified provider since at least 1996, long-standing presence in their community. They provide a continuum of chemical dependence residential services. The program referenced in this application provides trauma-informed care and offers substance use counseling, mental health counseling, vocational counseling, family counseling, and basic primary medical care. OASIS recommendation is to approve the request from Casnovia Recovery for a capital project with the following contingency is OASIS inspection and approval of the completed facility. And we have Representative Jay Swart out in Rochester if there are any questions.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. We'll throw it out to the group for any questions or comments to begin with.
It's Carrie. I have a question. You know, I want to commend the program. Certainly, family well-being really starts with parents and children being able to be together. So I really appreciate the model, and certainly can understand why that you would want to extend the program. I guess one of my concerns is in looking at the issues around the recertification and the corrective action specific to staffing updates when we're talking about families with young children. Can you talk a little bit about where we are with remediation on that? And in particular, if you're going to, we know that staffing situations right now are extremely challenging. And as you expand your program, I'm just wondering where we are with addressing those issues.
This is Jay Swart. I'm the Director of Program Development and Evaluation. So if I understand your question correctly, your question is about childcare?
Well, not specific to childcare. It just says in November 20 of a corrective action which remains open pending approval of staffing updates. So just wondering if those staffing issues have been resolved, particularly since you are expanding the capacity of your program.
Well, they're certainly improving. I mean, I believe one of those issues was childcare, and we are looking at potentially contracting for those services due to, as you know, the crisis in childcare workers in New York State. So we're doing everything that we possibly can around that. Based on the childcare that we're able to provide, may limit some of the applicants that we're able to care for at any given point in time based on the number of children that we can serve. However, the other issues in terms of are primarily non-professional residence monitors for overnight staffs, which are very difficult to attract and retain. We're currently managing that through floating staff from our other 9 programs, but we're actively recruiting constantly and attempting to bring full-time staff onto Madonna House to fill those positions. All of our clinical positions are filled, however, and as you can see, the expansion of the FTEs, one of the 1.5 expected would be a clinical position. We're not having trouble filling clinical positions at this point.
Other questions from members? This is Michael again from Albany. I just want to echo what Carrie said in terms of the important resources that you guys are providing. Wondering if you can talk a little bit about transition planning once the the women and children and families complete the program, how does the transition plans look like? Have you had difficulty transitioning to community-based services and housing and other resources?
So we don't, because we have sort of a full continuum of residential services. So we have congregate reintegration services that we're able to transition women who do not have children, and we have supported living services where we're able to accommodate children. So we have no transition issues whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. That's, I mean, that's the benefit of having multiple levels of care.
Absolutely.
Is that we can manage our own residents very effectively.
Thank you. Other questions, comments from the committee? Okay, hearing none, I'll make a motion to move the project forward.
Second.
Anyone wish to abstain at this time? Hearing none. Those in approval say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you, and thank you for joining us. Yes, appreciate it. Okay, we're doing a little better with time. Still have, I think we have 3 left. Our next, I'm sorry, 4. Oh, okay, I guess we're having quicker. Our next project is the Cattaraugus County Department of Community Services. We have Michelle from Oasis joining us, and again, I ask anyone who needs to recuse themselves this time, please do so. Again, this is a new Oasis provider in Cattaraugus County. Part 822 outpatient treatment services will be co-located within the county's Article 31 outpatient clinic licensed by OMH. And we have Michelle who will share more information with us. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, this is going to be a co-located program for new outpatient services within the county's mental health program, and only in New York. The applicant will be providing evidence-based services that include recovery-oriented cognitive therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, dual recovery therapy, and integrated mental health. They're going to also include assisted treatment. And they do hope to become a CCBHC clinic down the road. Hours of operation will be Monday and Tuesday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., and Wednesdays and Fridays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The county recognizes an increased need for outpatient services as it was identified in their 2021 Cattaraugus County Community Service Plan. The Oasis Western Regional Office reviewed the application and submitted their recommendation to support this proposed action. The Cattaraugus County Board has 2 individuals who meet Oasis criteria for board member composition with substance use disorder experience. They hold 2 OMH licenses, both of which are in good standing. The proposed operating budget for Oasis services identifies $169,721 in both revenue and expenses, so that results in a balanced budget. Half the revenue will come from Medicaid, and the applicant is not requesting Oasis deficit funding. The services will be held in county-owned property, and the Oasis Facility Evaluation and Inspection Unit completed a floor plan review of the seeker, both of which were determined to meet Oasis requirements. A facility inspection was completed virtually, and no deficiencies were noted. Policies and procedures and the staffing plan were determined to be acceptable to Oasis. The staffing will be combined with the OMH current staff. They'll add a KSAC, substance use disorder therapist, and a certified peer recovery advocate. Excuse me. They have executed memorandums of understanding agreements with Olean General Hospital for individuals with acute medical psychiatric needs, and the Council on Addiction Recovery Services for individuals in need of Suboxone. The Oasis recommendation is to approve one condition, and that is for Oasis to verify the hiring of staff to meet the minimum regulatory requirements. Amy Mann is here with us from the county if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions or comments from committee members? Hearing none. Amy, anything you'd to add to the presentation?
Just that we are also part of the trauma-informed community in Cattaraugus County, and we have been getting all of our licensed clinicians trained in evidence-based trauma treatment, including EMDR. We are going to have those that are trained in EMDR to be trained in the DETER protocol as well.
Thank you. And it's great to hear sort of the integrated care models that folks are really endorsing and using. So thank you for sharing that.
For clarification, this is an adult facility only?
At this time, yes, we are applying for adults only. The Council on Addiction Recovery Services provides services to youth and adolescents in our area. And in the future, if the need arises, then we are going to be considering extending that to adolescents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to move the project forward.
Second.
Thank you. Anyone wish to abstain? No. All approved, say aye, please. Aye.
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 Any that oppose? Great, motion carried. Thank you. And thank you, Amy, for joining us. Okay, our next project is Westfall Associates, Inc. And again, Michelle is joining us. Again, anyone that needs to recuse themselves, please do so. This is basically a change in ownership, provide Part 822 outpatient treatment in Monroe County. And I'll ask Michelle to give us some more details.
Sure. Yes, Charles Montante is requesting OASIS approval to acquire Westfall Associates, which is located in Rochester, as a result of the passing of Anthony Costello, a former majority owner. The purchase price is $198,571, and Charles Montante will be the sole owner. Westfall Associates provides 822 services, and this application is for the continuation of services in Monroe County. The Monroe County Office of Mental Health submitted their recommendation to support the change in ownership in May of this year. The OASIS Western Regional Office also supports this proposed action. The provider has been in operation since 1990. Charles Montante is a licensed mental health counselor with over 39 years in the field and has significant oversight management experience of OASIS certified services. Westfall holds one operating certificate with OASIS, which is in good standing. They are fiscally viable, as determined by their most recent fiscal viability review. Treatment space, policies and procedures, staffing, hours of operation, and the operating budget will all remain the same. Approval of the change in ownership will allow for the continuation of treatment services for the current population served. And the OASIS recommendation is to approve to approve the change in ownership from the estate of Anthony Costello to Charles Montante. And Charles is with us today.
Thank you. In Rochester. Thank you, Michelle. Any questions or comments from the committee members?
Are there any plans, David, are there any planned programmatic changes associated with the change in ownership?
No, this is Chuck Montante. No, there are no changes proposed in services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to move the project forward.
Second.
Second, Russell.
Thank you. Anyone wish to abstain at this point? Hearing none, all in favor of approving, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carried. Thank you, Charles, for joining us. Appreciate it.
You're doing a great job, Michael.
I'm moving up. I'm moving up.
really
Thanks,
is.
David. I think we have two left, correct?
Yeah,
two left?
two left.
All right. All right. Almost lunchtime. Bear with us. Okay, so our next project is Surf Point Recovery, LLC. We have Dina Holmes joining us from OASIS. And again, anyone that needs to recuse themselves at this time, kindly do so. This is an application for a new OASIS provider, Part 816.7, medically supervised withdrawal and stabilization, as well as a Part 818 inpatient rehab services. And this is located Kings County, Brooklyn. And there are 4 owners of Surf Point Recovery LLC, established in 2021. So I'll ask Dina to share a little bit more about the project, and then we'll get in any questions and comments.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I would just like to start and just mention that the 4 owners are also the same owners for the next application that'll be presented, which is Recovery Center of Niagara.
Thank you.
So yes, Surf Point Recovery is seeking to become an OASIS provider with 15 beds under Part 818 inpatient rehabilitation and 25 beds under Part 816 medically supervised withdrawal. And the services are to be located at the former Surf Point Manor Nursing Home in Brooklyn. Services provided will be individual and group counseling, screening assessment, medical services, including medication-assisted therapies, as well as peer supports and helping patients transition back into the community after their care is completed. With the application accompanied some needs assessments, including statistical data outlining the unmet needs in the Brooklyn area specific to this level of care. They intend to start serving the primary catchment area with Kings County, but they do plan to extend to other areas in the New York City region. And the facility is accessible by car and is located close to several major highways and public transportation. According to the OASIS Provider Directory, there are a total of 10 inpatient programs and 6 medically supervised withdrawal programs within a 20-mile radius. And if you were to shorten that radius to 2 miles, it ends up being 2 inpatient programs and 2 medically supervised withdrawal programs. As Michael mentioned, Surf Point was established as a domestic limited liability company in August of 2021 with 4 owners. The first owner is Alan Zev Friedman, who holds 10% of ownership and voting rights. He is a managing partner for 2 SUD treatment centers outside of New York State. One is the Owl's Nest Recovery, which is located in South Carolina. And the second is Serenity Treatment Center, which is located in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. These programs are reported to be in good standing with their respective oversight agencies. Additionally, Alan Zev Friedman is the sole owner of Gentle Heart Recovery, LLC, which is described as an administrative management company over 2 existing OASIS certified entities, where he also serves as the CEO. And these entities are Elevate Center of New York and Urban Recovery. And both of those services are in good standing with OASIS. The second owner is Joel Bash, who has 40% ownership with 40% voting rights. He has a history of working in finances within the healthcare field. His previous experience with employment is at Care Right Centers and Shiloh Medical Laboratory. He currently also has ownership stake in Elevate Center of New York, where he serves as the Chief Operating Officer. The third owner is Jamie Schwartz, who comes in with 10% ownership and 10% voting rights. Jamie is a licensed clinical social worker and a master CASAC. She has been working in the substance abuse field for over 20 years and has prior experience as a program director in both residential and outpatient treatment facilities, and is currently the compliance officer for Elevate Centers of New York. Jamie will serve as the executive director of Surf Point. The fourth owner is Yosef Rabinowitz with 40% ownership and 40% voting rights. Yosef has a background in real estate. He also has ownership stake in Elevate Centers of New York. The OASIS Regional Office reviewed the budget and reports no concerns. The applicant submitted a lending agreement with Tunic Capital to demonstrate sufficient funds for at least the first 6 months of startup while they build a clientele. This agreement remains under review with OASIS Counsel's office. Regarding the space, they are leasing space from 551-595 King David of Brooklyn. OASIS has reached out to the applicant with some questions regarding this New York General Partnership and is awaiting additional information from the applicant. The actual physical Plant has been reviewed, floor plan and physical plant inspection, and found to be in compliance. They propose staffing, which is in line with regulatory requirements, and the policies and procedures have been reviewed and are accepted. The Brooklyn Community Board 13 submitted a letter of recommendation for support, and they said, quote, "We appreciate your desire to work within the community and to get community input by having members of the community as part of your promised Community Advisory Committee," end quote. Both the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene and the OASIS Regional Office support recommendation, as well as OASIS, with 4 contingencies. 1 is the verification of the hiring of sufficient staff to meet the regulatory requirements. 2 is a fully executed lease, which OASIS has reviewed and accepted. OASIS review and acceptance of the lending agreement with Tunic Capital, and then a copy of the filing receipt from the New York State Department of State. And we have Alan Zev Friedman and Amy Serkin in the city for questions.
Thank you, Dina. Appreciate the presentation. We'll throw it out to committee members. I guess I'll start off, and just as a new provider in the area, and obviously requiring significant staffing, I'm just wondering, as part of your recruitment process addressing the racial, cultural, linguistic competence within the community, how are you addressing that need, and also sort of engagement with critical stakeholders in the community? How is that process looking like, and can you talk more about those 2 issues of staff recruitment and engaging community, please?
Absolutely. Okay, hi, this is Alan Zev Friedman. Yeah, with regard to the community itself, the Coney Island area has a large Russian-speaking population, and we're addressing bringing on board multilingual individuals who are both on a clinical and medical level capable of communicating in a multitude of languages, especially to be able to service the Russian-speaking population. We're working together with Coney Island Hospital, who has an outpatient right around the corner from where we are. We have a linkage agreement with them. They've expressed certain specific concerns regarding the variety of cultural diversity that exists in the area, and are advising us and giving us direction as to the type of staff that we need to hire there.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, this is Deb. Just a quick follow-up question.
Yeah.
Aside from Coney Island Hospital, are you working with any other OASIS or OMH providers in the neighborhood?
Yes, so we're working with Urban Recovery that I'm involved in. So Urban Recovery is as well a detox and a residential facility, and and we have a really good working relationship. Obviously, me being involved in both facilities, of being able to utilize and understand the need of the staff as well as the residents.
Thank you. Other committee members, any questions, comments?
I have a quick question. This is Deb again. In terms of your payer mix, is it going to be Medicaid, Medicare inclusive?
It's mostly Medicaid. I would say currently we're seeing about a 90% Medicaid, and Medicaid through an MCO.
Other questions, comments from the group? Okay, hearing none, I'll make a motion to move the project forward.
Second.
Second, thank you. Any abstentions at this point?
Sabina Lim abstaining.
Thank you. Those approved, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, it is 12 o'clock, and we finally have our last presentation. So thank you, everyone, for moving this process forward and having some good discussion. Our final presentation, as said, is the Recovery Center of Niagara, LLC, and Jennifer is joining us. I ask anyone to kindly recuse themselves this time, if appropriate. Okay, so this is a new OASIS provider to become a new provider of Part 818 inpatient rehab, 25 beds, and Part 816.7 medically supervised inpatient withdrawal and stabilization services, 15 beds. This is in Niagara County, and it's using the formerly Eastern Niagara Hospital location. Again, as was mentioned, the 4 owners will be part of this project as well. And I'll ask Jennifer to give us more specific information and details.
Thank you. And as you said, the 4 owners are the same, so in the essence of time, I'm going to leave out that information. So this is Recovery Center of Niagara, LLC, application 2021-077. They're requesting approval to become a new OASIS provider of Part 818 inpatient rehabilitation services and Part 816.7 medically supervised inpatient withdrawal and stabilization services to be located at 2600 William Street in New Spain, New York. Services provided in both levels of care, screening, assessment, individual, group counseling, medication-assisted therapies, peer support, and transition. Recovery Center of Niagara is proposing to open a 25-bed inpatient rehabilitation program and a 15-bed medically supervised withdrawal and stabilization service. The applicant is a newly formed domestic limited liability company established in April of 2021. Let me skip over those owners. Elevate, went through them, that the programs are in good standing. Niagara County continues to be one of the counties with the highest rates for opioid burden, according to a 2021 New York State Opioid Annual Report. The county continues to be disproportionately impacted by the opioid crisis, beating New York State rates on all Department of Health opioid-related indicators. According to the 2021 Niagara County Local Services Plan, substance use disorder inpatient providers with Niagara County have consistently reported need to full or capacities and have wait lists. This adversely impacts those who need timely access to treatment. Those with co-occurring disorders experience even greater barriers to accessing inpatient care, as their needs are not able to be addressed due to lack of staff expertise and/or resources to meet those individualized needs. Prior to the submission of the application, the applicant reached out to local community and community leaders to discuss the desire to open these services. Recovery Center of Niagara speaks to continuity of care throughout their policies and procedures, and specifically when speaking about medication management, transition planning, and discharge. Recovery Center of Niagara submitted linkage agreements for referrals to Elevate 8 Center, New York, Urban Recovery House, Horizon Village Inc., Horizon Health Services, and Millard Fillmore Suburban Hospital. They also submitted a linkage agreement with Artists of Medicine of New York City, for which they will accept referrals from. They are continuing to work to establish memorandum of understandings with other local service providers for additional services that their patients may need. The local government union unit and OASIS regional office submitted positive recommendations for this action. OASIS regional office reviewed the budget and reported no concerns. The applicant has submitted a lending agreement with Tunic Capital to demonstrate sufficient funds. The agreement is with OASIS Counsel's Office for comment. OASIS Facility Evaluation and Inspection Unit completed a physical plant inspection and indicated that it complied with OASIS regulations. Recovery Center of Niagara submitted a proposed staffing outline, which meets the minimum regulatory requirements for union-headed services. OASIS recommendation is to approve the request from Recovery Center of Niagara with the following contingencies: verification of the hiring of staff to meet regulatory requirements, receipt of the copy of the fully executed lease agreement containing OASIS right to re-entry language, copy of the filing receipt from the New York State Department of State indicating the amended certificate of incorporation has been filed, and OASIS review and acceptance of the lending agreement with Tunic Capital.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. As part of our materials also, we do have some correspondence and written information regarding a community services board meeting and other public comments addressing workforce issues, as well as linkages with other community partners. I wonder at this point if there are any questions or comments from committee members.
Hi, this is Deb, New York City. Question. Where are you planning to pull your referrals from, your cases from?
So all the cases, the area of Niagara has about 1.2 million individuals. We have relationships with locals. The entire facility is set up only to attract individuals that are in that Niagara area. We have no plan of going to outside, taking people from New York City or whatnot and bringing them 8 hours north or west towards Niagara. It's specifically to service the Niagara area.
So a further question, the interplay between the Niagara program that we're discussing now and the other program just talks about in New York City.
It's simply an ownership. It's simply a shared ownership. Yeah, we've established a relationship with a separate medical director, Dr. Clark, who's going to be there and has his office, his medical practice on our campus in Newfane, New York. So it's completely independent as far as its staff, as far as its operations, its modality, etc.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up question, Mitzi, and a couple of them actually, and it's partially because they don't understand the geographics, so it may just be off. This is a pure inpatient program.
Yes.
Given that 90% of, from my perspective, substance use disorder treatment is an outpatient process, what's the plan for transitioning these folks post-inpatient?
Excellent question.
I live in a world that I don't believe people should be very long in hospitals.
Absolutely. That's a very good question. And the answer to that question is we have established relationships with facilities like Horizon Health, who has
they're in that geographic.
They are in Western New York, and they provide things like recovery living, sober living type of environments to be able to integrate individuals post-treatment into other forms of recovery, as well as other outpatient providers that are in the Niagara, Newfane area, Buffalo area.
What's your anticipated length of stay?
Between 14 and 28 days.
Hi, this is Sabina. I have a question. Maybe this is a general question for Oasis and the applicant and possibly the other providers. It seems to me, unless I'm misreading, there seems to be a fundamental disagreement in terms of, on the one hand, we all know in general that there is a general need for substance abuse services. I agree with Dr. Schaefer. It's primarily more on the outpatient side, but certainly on the inpatient side. But there seems to be a disagreement about whether there is a lack of capacity or overcapacity of inpatient services. And so I wonder if Oasis or anybody could sort of speak to that. And I understand as a hospital person, I can understand where you may seem that the beds are underutilized, but yet there's a tremendous need outside. And I have my own sort of explanations and rationales for how that comes to be, which is there's nothing intentional about it. It's just about how addictive disorders work, how our system of care is set up, et cetera. But if someone would take a stab at that first, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you, Sabina.
If I can address it, this is Zevi. I actually made mention to it in a letter. I don't know if it was circulated with regard, but one of the things that we've seen with the relationships of individuals that are non-for-profits or those that are caring for, I would say, first line of defense when it comes to meeting up or doing interventions or identifying those that need treatment is one of the things that we've been told over and over is that Niagara and Buffalo and Newfane area has a tremendous need, and hundreds, I don't know if the number is 400 or 600 of individuals have tried to been placed in the current facilities that are there. And I believe that smaller than 15% of them were able to be treated at those facilities, and they had to be driven outside of the area in order to get residential treatment for detox and rehabilitation. with that need, it's basically saying that the area, the Niagara area, is shipping its individuals that need SUD treatment outside of that area for treatment. And these are numbers that we're getting directly from organizations that provide this care and that place hundreds and hundreds of individuals annually in treatment centers servicing the Western New York area. So while I'm not sure statistically, when you look at how many beds are available, when you have approximately 100 beds in total and a population of 1.2 million people, it seems like there just simply isn't enough capacity to be able to service those that are in need. In addition to which, I would believe that in areas such as Niagara, as statistics show, there is a greater need proportionately for services, for inpatient services, than there are in some of the overly populated areas because it's more rural.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. I also, as a committee, there were other important issues that we wanted to include in discussion. In my understanding that there may be other folks, I don't know if it's in Rochester, New York City, that want to share as part of the 2-minute comment period. So Rochester, I don't know if there are other folks there who would like to add to the discussion and questions that came up.
Yes, Michael, we have, so all 4 registered speakers are here. Do you have a preference for order?
Not at all. And remind folks to kindly keep it to 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with Ann McCaffrey.
Thank you. Ann, would you like to just introduce yourself and kindly share your comments?
Certainly. My name is Ann McCaffrey. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes. I'm the president and CEO at Eastern Niagara Hospital. My previous work experience for 19 years, I was an administrator at Lakeshore Behavioral Health, where we had outpatient, residential, vocational, and homeless services. And for 6 years, I was in city government. I was the mayor of Lockport for 4 years. And now I'm at the hospital and president of the hospital. So I guess I've seen substance abuse from many different aspects of my work. First of all, I would like to clarify the population of Niagara County is about 200,000 people. I don't know where the 1.2 million, maybe that's all of Western New York, but Niagara County has about 200,000 people. I'm here today to express—
Part of Buffalo, Niagara. The Buffalo, Niagara metropolitan population is 1.2 million, although that Niagara County—
Can I interrupt, please? So for a lot of people, this is the first time having experienced a public comment period during a Behavioral Health Services Advisory Council meeting. Each registered speaker will have 2 unfettered minutes. The applicant will have time at the very end, as allowed by the Project Review Committee Chairman, to address any of the comments made during the public comment period. Michael, is that okay?
Thank you, Keith. Appreciate it.
I apologize.
Thank you. So certainly I think everyone here recognizes the serious opioid crisis and the needs that have arisen as a result. I'm here today to express numerous reasons for our opposition to the Recovery Center of Niagara's new provider application at this time. We respectfully request that the council delay approval until the significant community and provider dissent and concerns have been adequately addressed. To date, these concerns have been ignored. At the most recent Niagara County Community Services Board meeting, 4 long-standing, well-respected nonprofit substance use providers in Niagara County expressed our concerns that the anticipated opening of the Recovery Center will harm existing services. As a result of the current staffing crisis, the lack of demonstrated need in the county, as each current provider indicated it was not at full capacity, and the lack of coordination and collaboration with these current providers. The impact of the Recovery Center's opening without coordinating local providers could lead to a significant disruption in current substance abuse treatment services. Existing providers are concerned that we may have to close services and possibly our doors, which raises the question, does the program provide a net benefit to the community? The Eastern Niagara specific concerns are as follows. We have a Department of Health endorsed plan for Catholic Health to open a new hospital which will replace Eastern Niagara in the summer of 2023. We are the only emergency room within close proximity to the recovery center location. If the recovery center causes the premature closure of either our addictions unit or the entire hospital as a result of the staffing crisis, Eastern Niagara County residents will not have access to life-saving hospital and emergency services. Currently, we treat 5 to 10 overdose patients in our emergency department monthly. In addition, the detox patients at the proposed recovery center will not have access to these nearby emergency rooms. I heard earlier that there's a linkage agreement with Miller Fillmore Suburban that's about 50 minutes to an hour away from the Newfane facility. The recovery center has failed
And I have to apologize, Ann, 30 seconds kindly.
Thank you. The recovery center has failed to adequately collaborate or engage with local providers. The Community Services Board failed to acknowledge or evaluate the vast concerns local providers raised. There are numerous linkage agreements with New York City providers. We wonder why those are there if they're not taking New York City patients. Minority Leader Senator Orton, Assemblyman Norris shared our concerns and have requested that this be delayed until these answers can be addressed adequately. We respectfully ask the council to postpone approval of this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments, Ann. We appreciate it. And Keith, we have a second presenter as well.
Yes, actually, we have 4 total. So next, I would suggest David Godfrey from Niagara County.
Thank you. Can you kindly again introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I'm not a county legislator. I the vice chair of public safety. I'm also on the county OASIS committee and chairman of admin and finance. Our concern here at the county is on the decision being made here, as Ann suggested, on a premature opening of this particular facility. This is going to draw the resources away from the other facilities. If Eastern Niagara Hospital and the ER closes premature of the new hospital, it's going to put life at risk, to put it bluntly. That facility in the center of our county services the entire county, but more importantly, the eastern end. It's the only facility there. And that includes patients coming out of that Newfane facility. As an example, now, before I give an example, the thing that compounds this issue in Niagara County, as it is across the state and the whole country, is the response time of our volunteer ambulances. Right now, Niagara County has about a 26-minute response time. We have response times up to 45 minutes, calling multiple companies to get an ambulance not only to the scene, but rolling and to the scene, plus transport to a hospital, which is where our concern lies. When emergency is called, let's take Newfane as an example. A run to Eastern Niagara is 14 minutes without weather, and we all know what it is in Western New York. Without that facility, until that new facility in Lockwood is built, that's a 35-minute run at minimum to Mount St. Mary's or one of the hospitals in Niagara Falls. When you start moving eastward out into Barker and the further eastern towns, that could be 45 minutes or better. That's only the transport time. So please take in consideration response time, which we are working on at the county level to supplement our volunteers, to the scene, stabilization, plus transport. We could be looking at extreme medical emergencies, life-threatening, that could be over an hour transport to an ER without the Lockport facility. So on behalf of our citizens of Niagara County, I strongly suggest and hope that you will take this in a very serious consideration and delay so that we have the opportunity to continue providing that emergency services.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it. Thank you for sharing. And our next presenter, please.
Yes, next we have Sergey Erlov.
Good afternoon. I'm C.J. Erlov, the president of Mount St. Mary's Hospital in Niagara County and also the senior vice president for Catholic Health for Niagara County. I want to start out by saying that there is no clinically proven need for more inpatient beds in Niagara County. Catholic Health, a little history, has been caring for patients with addictions since 1970. 50 years. We have the largest outpatient program outside of New York City. And since 1986, 35 years, we have been providing inpatient care. Niagara County, our program in Niagara County last year was approved and expanded our program from 45 beds to 69 beds. And Erie County, part of our system, has been approved for an additional 40 beds for Erie County. Since expanding in Niagara County, we have never been full. 30% of our patients that come up to Niagara County and take advantage of our inpatient care will be served by the new program closer to their home in Erie County, leaving significant unused inpatient capacity. There is a challenge when Eastern Niagara closes. Their reflection program will also cease to exist. Mount St. Mary's has the capacity to take care of those patients and still have significant unused capacity. It is clear there is a misunderstanding of the appropriate use of expensive inpatient care. It is most successful in a small segment of all those struggling with addiction. Please take your time to understand how inpatient care fits with all the other addiction services offered in our region. The applicant will speak about a segment of this broad population they feel needs inpatient care, but our experiences, our vast experiences, don't agree that they are all appropriate. They may be admitted somewhere else, but is it true that they were appropriately and successfully cared for? Again, we do not see a need for more inpatient beds in Niagara County. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have our final speaker as well.
Yes, we have Avi Israel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here basically to speak on behalf of the population of Western New York. We're a small grassroots organization who is trying to help everybody who needs help when it comes to addiction and mental health. In 2011, at 10 o'clock in the morning, my son made a call to his addiction specialist, who worked for Catholic Health, and asked her for a bed. It took her 5 minutes to come back and say, there is no bed for you. And 5 minutes later, my son shot himself. So I have a personal interest in making sure that every person who asks for a bed gets a bed immediately, because the consequences of rejecting somebody for whatever reason can cause death. Right now, the overdose rate in Western New York is one of the highest in the state. Niagara County has 277 overdose so far this year. Erie County has 42 confirmed deaths and over 100 waiting to be verified. So let me just tell you what we are doing. We get calls and people ask us to a referral for a treatment facility. So far, we had over 600 requests for beds. We have placed over 500 and some people, close to 600 people. And some of those referrals, they were made to all 3 treatment facilities in Niagara County. Reflection, which is Eastern Niagara Hospital, had 523 referrals. Only 22 were accepted. The rest were spread out around the state. Clearview, St. Mary's Hospital, numbers are a little better. 523 people. 60 were accepted, 463 denied. North Point, 523 referrals, only 7 were accepted. I strongly believe that there is a room and a need for treatment right now, for inpatient treatment right now in Western New York, whether it's Niagara County or any county. We work with all 8 counties of Western New York, and including the whole 8 judicial court system. We have driven over 56,000 miles so far this year to transport people to treatment. I would rather drive 25 minutes right into what are the locations right in our area instead of driving them downstate. And as for hospitals, emergency room.
I apologize, sir. Just 30 seconds left. You can kindly keep your remarks brief and end them, conclude them.
As far as hospital emergency room, we all know that the only ones that has detox facilities is Erie County Medical Center. The rest of the hospitals in Erie and Niagara County, basically, people get revived with Narcan and get sent out the door. So let's help some people get and stay alive. The whole object over here is harm reduction, and without beds, there is none. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate everyone's comments and thoughts and recommendations. We truly do, so thank you for sharing. At this point, I will ask the committee members to first ask any questions of the applicant based on the public comments and the application, the proposal. So we'll throw it out to committee members.
Michael, if I may, just maybe a question to OASIS. Is there a close to a definitive judgment on the part of the state agency on the level of need for additional inpatient care?
David, this is Janet, by the way. Normally, we look to the county plan for needs because OASIS itself doesn't have a need methodology. So we look to the local counties for what they say they need in their local service plan. We did, however, look up some figures in anticipation of this question yesterday. So, Jen, you can just give us the numbers. So, we ran this a couple different ways, but I'll just go with this one is.
Could you keep your voice raised too, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. As of yesterday, the patient census looks like for Mount St. Mary's is 39. For their, I'm sorry, I got to look at what service this is. For their inpatient. For reflections, it is 16 as of yesterday. And then
vacancies.
North Point, because of their type of service, I couldn't run a current, so I have admissions over the past year and a half. As of May 2022, they had 23 admissions for the Part 8 16.7. Does that answer your question, David?
Well, not really. That's a utilization, data rather than a needs.
Yeah.
I guess the question really, and Michael and Glenn, maybe it's for you, but this feels perplexing to me that we've got two very different perspectives on the need in that community, and I would agree with our OASIS representative that we tend to rely on local county government to make determinations about what they need rather than trying to make that from afar. So it seems like there's a real paradox here that's at the moment, at least to me personally, feels unresolved.
Yeah. David, I just want to jump in. Go ahead.
It's Ian, Glenn. I just wanted to follow that up because we're trying to understand, on one level, they're looking to add beds. On another, there's a group saying we're not at capacity to begin with. It really becomes difficult to make a realistic decision because you've got, numbers that are so diametrically opposed. And you know, I would further add in the last comment, if I call up wanting to be admitted to a hospital, that doesn't mean I actually need it or don't need it. So that call by itself, I can't use as a statistic for need. That person has to be assessed to determine actual level of care. So that set of comments creates another problem for me, suggesting that because we're getting calls for beds, we need beds. Those two statements don't tie up right,
No.
at least clinical.
Ian, I agree, and David, I think your point is well taken also. I think that it really is a paradox. I mean, on one hand, we're hearing that we're full capacity. We've got everything, you know, we're in good stead. Niagara County's, you know, a leader in terms of working on this. And on the other hand, we're hearing about this desperate need, which I understand both sides of it. And it's like, I guess at the end of the day, you really got to go to, you know, you have the population there in Niagara County who've been there for many years, who obviously, you know, embedded in the community, know there are things, stuff there. But you also have the county that's basically saying something different. You know, the county's approving this, supporting this. So
Yes.
it just is like a very complex issue here that we're going to have to sort of identify and get more clarification on, I believe.
Yeah.
They can't see you.
I know, I'm sorry. This is
They can't see you.
this is Randall Cates. I'm a committee member. May I ask the petitioner just to help us clarify this difficult issue, this paradox. So these three programs presumably are not able to accommodate the need in the region, and yet you propose that you would be able to do that. What's different? Is it an insurance, payment issues, comorbid illness, suitability? What separates you from the three existing programs and how you'll meet this? Could you clarify for the
Sure.
Thank you.
Do you want to go? Go ahead.
Sure, yeah, of course. I know earlier there was a question asked about inpatient care. So we're not a hospital. I think that's the first clear distinction to make. And therefore, that in and of itself, I know there was mention of an emergency service. We're not an emergency room. That's not what we're here to do. And I think as a clinician and, you know, working as somebody who's in the field and fielding and trying to get people into care, one of the concerns that arises is sometimes you're looking to get a patient into a hospital level of care, but there's a lot of difficulties in doing that. One, the patient's perspective, because that's our goal. We want to help the clients. We want to help the people get care. And they can't get in for a variety of reasons. Insurance, maybe they weren't using enough. You know, the patient doesn't want to go to a hospital. A lot of people find hospitals to be scary. Our clients don't always want to go to a hospital. And, you know, our goal is to help people stabilize in a safe environment so that they can go into outpatient care. It is very different than a hospital-based level of care. So all of these nuances really do distinguish and can make a difference between why people engage in treatment, meaning why a person gets admitted or doesn't get admitted, and also for the patient perspective. It's, you know, when people, it's a very tricky thing. When someone's looking to get recovery and get their life in order, it's a very immediate process. And so we don't always have time to wait a day or two to assess that and get that person in care. Our goal is to get them the care in that moment before they change their mind.
Thank you.
It's a different setting.
I just want to add to that regarding what was mentioned by some of the board members. The Niagara County Community Services Board, the local board, looked at this application and approved it twice. Actually, it was brought 2 years ago and it was approved, and then it was brought again on May 16th, where Ms. McCaffrey presented, and her concerns were addressed. And they still unanimously approved the application as there being a need in the community for those types of services. In total, I just want to point out that there's 123 beds in total in the entire area. That number is pales in comparison to the need that's out there for residential treatment, and the people, based on what we heard from Mr. Israel, are being sent to treatment outside of Niagara County, outside of the metropolitan Buffalo-Niagara area.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the committee members?
I have two questions. It's Carrie, Michael, and I apologize. I'm not well versed in the OASIS So forgive me if these are rather ignorant, but you made a point about you're not at a hospital and you guys are able to admit clients in quicker, right? Can you talk a little bit about that? I mean, is that an insurance thing? Why would someone be able to get into your facility quicker than they would if it's an emergency? I guess I'm a little confused about that.
No problem. I think, the process of being, I don't know if anyone here has ever had to go to an emergency room, hopefully not, but you have to be sort of put on a queue. Our focus is on the substance abuse services. So when you come in for treatment, you get a physical evaluation, you get met with by an admissions counselor. The focus is immediately to assess whether or not this level of care is appropriate for you. Oftentimes, when you go to a hospital setting, there are other people seeking many other services while they're waiting to get that service. So that, I would say, is the main difference in terms of our ability to help people in an immediate need. Obviously, we also have a very thorough screening process to ensure that the person is appropriate, like various others. I mean, Oasis has a locator. We have a variety of different, assessments that we use to assess whether the person is appropriate for treatment, CALs and COAs, and these are the things that we use to develop whether or not this person is appropriate and if we can help them. And our goal is to try to help people get, stabilized. We also have MAT, which we incorporate into our treatment at an inpatient level, which is also, I guess, for some people a new thing. And it's been it has great results because people are able to stabilize while they're in an inpatient setting so that they're in an environment that's conducive to recovery. It's something that's, I guess, semi-new, but it's been successful. And that's something that we are always looking to provide services that help our clients get better.
So two related questions going back to what Ian said. Just because people call and say they want an inpatient bed doesn't necessarily mean they need an inpatient bed. So you're still doing an assessment,
of course,
and making a determination whether or not somebody actually meets that level of care. So assuming again that they don't, then what's the next step?
So there
or is there an incentive to determine that people need a level of care that's inpatient because you've got inpatient beds? So
that's a good point.
So there's a key question.
Yeah.
Of the number of people, you're really describing you are inpatient. Your only difference is you're a specialty hospital that actually runs specialty hospitals for substance use. So you're not getting the person who has a potential MI because they're not going to show up.
Correct.
So there is a speed at that point. My question, knowing how those work, of the number of people who show up for assessment, what percentage of those actually get admitted?
There's approximately what we see in our current facilities that we service, there's approximately 50% of the people that call us for treatment or are referred get admitted to our facility. Now, most of them are coming from referral sources that have vetted out and they are aware of the happenings with this client. So it's not somebody just picking up the phone and saying, oh, I might need treatment, walking into a center. They're being referred by counselors. They're being referred by the legal system. They're being referred by outpatient facilities that have had relapses and feel that they need inpatient. That's the majority of our referrals.
So basically, they're coming through the door. You've got 100%.
Well, we can't admit everybody for medical reasons. There are other things. If somebody has it needs an elevated level of care and things like that.
I'm not concerned about the ones who call and you turn away on the phone. I was trying to get a percentage of coming through the door.
The vast majority of people, we do a screening and an assessment via phone first.
Okay.
So the vast majority of people that actually come into the center actually get admitted, unless there's an immediate medical need that we've seen or we can identify through the assessment. Sure.
Is it you taking insurance?
Yes, it's mostly Medicaid at this point.
Okay, so you don't have to get a organization review, or does it block you? Because that's another thing, trying to get somebody through the door.
Right.
Is the insurance.
So there's
what makes your program like different with the insurance that you're taking to get the authorization for inpatient?
Yes, so there is an authorization that's necessary. The insurance carrier is contacted through our admissions process. The review of the of the client's file is gone through in order to identify whether or not the person does qualify and needs that level of care that we can provide. And if given, if it's presented and the insurance carrier is the MCO, which provides services for Medicaid. If they approve, then we would accept them. But there is an authorization and a pre-authorization. I believe so.
I just want to make sure that we keep the discussion focused. I know we had a question or comment here in Albany. Yeah, no problem. So everything you're describing to me, to us, sounds a lot like a crisis stabilization center. Next month, 988 is going to be coming out, and there's all this funding in place for crisis stabilization centers. Wouldn't it kind of be, a way to sort of pivot to look at sort of the crisis stabilization center model as sort of like something that also you could incorporate into this discussion? And might that be something that you would look into? Because it really sounds a lot like crisis stabilization centers.
I'm not familiar with the workings of the Crisis Stabilization Center, but if it's something that we can integrate as part of our treatment, we are very open to incorporating OMH or other types of services within our facility. The facility itself, we purchased the Eastern Niagara facility, the hospital itself. I mean, it's not new to Ms. McCaffrey or to anybody else that we were going to do this. This was a well-known thing for the last 2 years since we purchased this property. The facility itself can accommodate any type of additional services, whether it's on a mental health side from OMH or if it's a crisis type of services, it can be provided there. We'd have to learn a little more about it.
Thank you. Just help us move us forward. Are there other questions from the committee?
I just had one final question regarding workforce and the concerns around the availability of sufficient workforce. So what is it about your facility that people are going to come, that you're going to be able to fully staff
Right,
up,
so
when other agencies are not able to do
yes, and that concern was brought up in one of the letters, but just as a way of introduction, 2 weeks ago I placed an ad on Indeed. We had 400 plus applicants, qualified applicants that responded. We've spoken to over 100 of those applicants who are ready and willing to take a position with us as soon as we open. Clinicians, medical professionals, and we've had dozens over the last year of walk-ins, people asking, when are you opening and can we apply? So I don't feel like, I don't feel like filling.
What's the magic answer? Help me.
It's very different in the city.
I just want to add any questions from committee members in Rochester?
No.
Okay. So at this point, I would like to make a motion to move forward. Can I have the second from the committee? Any final questions that need to be addressed?
Michael, it's Sabina. I think I can only speak for myself, but I think there's some concern by some members here besides me that we still don't have enough information to make a decision. And I think again, it goes back to the same issues that I think we're struggling to understand the discrepancies. And so I guess this is more procedural question. Is there a process for when the committee has some questions that still need to be answered to help make the decision? What is the next step?
It's a good question. I'll defer to others, but in terms of, is there anyone who's abstaining their vote, and we can look at opposing pending additional information and delaying our vote, if that's procedurally okay?
Yeah, I think they can table it, right, till next meeting? Yeah.
Yeah, so Janet?
Yes.
This is Keith. So yes, I mean, the committee has multiple options here. They can table it until, say, the next meeting. They can, if there are questions, I think it depends on the nature of the outstanding questions. They can be contingencies on a contingent approval, and that a final approval isn't issued until those questions via those contingencies are answered. So I think that there are multiple options. It depends on what the recommendation of the individual members are to the Project Review Committee chairman.
Okay.
Great.
So maybe we could take a vote in terms of how many of our committee members wish to table it for the next meeting and gather more information. Is that okay, Keith, if I take a vote on that?
I believe so. I feel better if there were an attorney in the room. I only pretend to be one on TV.
Okay. I will ask the committee how many vote to delay or table it till our September meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. How many individuals on the committee would like to have a contingent plan, as Mr. Carthy just mentioned, with certain conditions, say aye. Okay, how many committee members approve as of today as was presented? Kindly say aye. Okay, based on the committee feedback, the recommendation, a vote is to table the meeting until our September meeting. Gather more information and prepare for that meeting if that's the final.
Hi, Michael, this is Deb. I think there are some specific questions that the committee should come up with, and I think most of our questions will be poised to OASIS and the LGU. I think there is some difference, and also not discounting Avi's comments. I think that should also be factored in because that is real life experience on the ground. So I would strongly recommend from my part that all three of the questions be poised to all three facets.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Michael, I think OASIS would strongly agree with Deb on that. If the committee and the council, the full council, are going to table this until September, then OASIS needs to know what it is we need to bring back in September.
Exactly. Yes. Agreed. Yeah, that's from my point of view. This is not a comment at all on the quality of the application.
Absolutely.
So just for your benefit, that is not, and for me, is not a comment on the application. I agree.
Yes.
It's just
Thank you for sharing that, David.
Yep. David, that's a good point. And we do have to wait. Obviously, this is the recommendation of the committee, but we have to still wait for the entire council to discuss this. So, we'll have a rendering hopefully later today around that.
Yeah. And just to bring closure, we thank our four speakers. We also, as David mentioned, acknowledge the important work and proposal of the Recovery Center of Niagara. So we appreciate your time, and we will move forward with some of the questions from the committee and obviously present it to the full council later this afternoon. So with that said, I want to thank everyone for their time. I want to thank the OASIS team as well for the presentations, and we will be taking a short break till the full council meeting.
Yes, we will take a break. I think we all need a little bit of a break here.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
All right.
Oh, yeah. 3 weeks.
Very good. All right, everybody. Welcome. Nice to see people. Sort of, I guess. We kind of see people. It's nice. So we have a lot to talk about in the next few hours. This is a council meeting specifically on the work projects. We're not going to hear from the commissioners today. We look forward in the September meeting to get a full update from the commissioners, especially around issues around, I think, 988 implementation and a few other key issues that we'll really be talking about in September. But for now, this is just this agenda for today is specifically around the project development, project review, and around the review of the regulations. And then we're going to talk about the new equity committee as well, which I'm looking forward to hearing about. So there's a lot going on in terms of the role of some changes in the council. Some people have left, some people have joined. So, but before I do that, I just want to, let's just review the minutes. If people can take a minute to review the minutes and make sure that, Chris, if you can review the minutes. All right, great. Everybody had an opportunity to review. Any questions? Any concerns? If not, can I have a motion? Well, I guess I need a second.
Second.
Great, thank you. So I'll put a motion forward. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Abstentions? Oh, all right, great. Passes. Great. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So I do want to talk about a few changes that are going on in the council, and I want to make sure that I get this all down because it's very important. So we, Patrice Wallace-Moore, who has been an incredible member of the council for 9 years, her term has ended. So Patrice is no longer going to be on the council. She has been a great, and I know she's not here today because I think she's at a meeting in Washington. So typical Patrice, she's everywhere. She's so busy that, I know her time here was just, she was just such an influential voice. I mean, I've only been on the council for 2 years, and she was such a great guiding voice for me, and just incredibly helpful and supportive, just very knowledgeable. So Patrice will be missed. So we're again, we will look forward, and maybe she'll come, maybe we can get her to come in September just so we can all as a council officially say goodbye to her. But the commissioners have been informed that she's going to get an official letter from the commissioners about this. So what that means is, she has served as the vice chair. So what that means is anybody is interested in possibly serving as the vice chair, let us know. You can let me know if you're interested in serving as vice chair. Doesn't have to be right this minute or anything like that, but we would like somebody, and preferably probably somebody from the OASIS world and some more from the mental health world. So just somebody probably from the OASIS world. Again, if you,
Yes.
Oh, what a good idea.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Yeah. Debson.
Don't leave the room.
What's that? See, you New York City people, you're all, what are you're cracking jokes here.
Glenn, don't listen to them. Please continue with your business.
I've known David for 20 years. I've tried not to.
She's raising her hand.
All right. So we do have some other changes. Again, if you are interested in becoming vice chair and having to deal with me, which is no easy task, then please let us know. We do have no new appointees. Angelica Dorm is here. She's filling a vacant spot in the category of the mental health consumer. So, Angelica, I know you're here with us. We'll welcome you, Angelica. We're so happy you're here. Thanks. Angel, you go by Angel, right? So, Angel, we're so happy you're here, and we look forward to your participation. So, thank you very much. And we'll make sure that after I go through this, we'll make sure that you meet the entire council and everybody take a minute just to talk about themselves. I'll just go through the rest of these notifications. Joe Turner is filling Patrice's position as provider of substance abuse services. I understand Joe's not at the meeting today, but we welcome him. Kathy Coons is a longtime member, and Kathy's been a great friend to many of us for years and years. She's retired, so she's no longer representing the conference and the council, but Laura Kellerman, who's the newly elected chair of the conference from Niagara County. Laura, welcome. We're glad you're here. We look forward to working with you. Yep.
And just to clarify, Kathy's not retiring from her role as BCS, and so she's just finished her term on the conference as the director, and Laura's the new chairperson.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
About Kathy. Glad to hear that.
Still working as
Thank
of
you.
yesterday.
Yeah, I figured. That's good. That's good. We want Kathy still job. And also Susan Salomon, who was first appointed in 2018, served in the category of parent, relative, and consumer behavioral health services, retired as of April, so she's no longer going to be on the committee, so we'll certainly miss her. And also, while I have everybody, I want to give a shout out to Janet. Where's Janet? Janet is right here. Janet is retiring, so we are going to miss her terribly. She has done a wonderful job. Again, in the 2 years I've been here, she is just, and many of you have been here a lot longer than I have, just so knowledgeable, efficient, and just personable. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You'll be a real loss. And yep. I understand they don't want you to leave. They're putting pressure on you not to. I've heard. Watch out. So, but again, great work, and you will certainly be missed. So at this point, as I've go through the the intros, and I know we're running an hour behind, for a lot of reasons. I hope people can stay a little longer than 3 o'clock if possible, because I think this is going to be important to go through a lot of the issues. So I just want to say, if we could take just a minute for people to introduce themselves to Angel, and to Laura, so they know the members of the committee, and just a minute about what you do. So I appreciate it. I'll just start. I'm Glenn Liebman. I'm the chair of the council. I'm the CEO for the last 18 plus years of the Mental Health Association of New York State.
Hi, Michael Loris. I serve as Commissioner, Westchester County Department of Community Mental Health. I've been with the department 28 years. I'm also the first vice chair of the Conference of Local Mental Hygiene Director, and I was put under fire today as being the chair of the Projects Review Committee and survived, so thank you.
He deserves an ovation.
Thanks.
My name is Connie Willie, and I'm the CEO of Champlain Valley Family Center, which is located in Plattsburgh, New York.
Great, thank you. And the city? People could go around, introduce themselves.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Kathy Gardini, parent advocate, clinical coordinator of the children's program.
Great, thank you.
Carrie Megley, Family Ties of Westchester, Independent Family Peer Support Organization, Partners for Care with DSS and DCMA.
Dina Lim, VP of Behavioral Safety and Quality and Medical Director of Regulatory and Government Affairs at Mount Sinai.
Ian Schaefer, I'm the former Executive Medical Director at Health First and now semi-retired consultant. David Woodlock, a volunteer.
Debbie Panton, President and CEO at Outreach.
William McCates, I represent the Department of Military and Naval Affairs here on the committee, and I work in health strategy and operations with JP Morgan.
John Castan, Chief Strategy Officer of the Jewish Board, and I think I'll be the last 9-year board member, so I'll probably be gone one of these days, but anyway, it's been great.
We hope you stick around for a while.
I think I've overstayed my welcome.
Trish Marsick. I have a long and sordid history of government and social service provider work in New York, and I'm currently happily unaffiliated.
So let's see, anybody else in the city? Are we missing anybody?
No, that was it.
No, that was it.
Okay. And Debbie, you're going to keep those folks in line, right? Thank you. So,
David to my right is going to be hard to keep.
tough job. Somebody's got to do it. Rochester. Let's hear from our folks in Rochester. Members.
Donna Metapola, Urban and Elevate.
Great. Hey, Donna.
Hi, Robert Russo, retired judge, presided over treatment courts for 25 years or so, drugs, mental health, and veterans.
Thank you.
Michael Martin, Executive Director at Native American Community Services, based out of Buffalo, but we have offices Buffalo, Niagara Falls, Black Fork, Rochester, and Syracuse. We work on the center.
Great.
Laura Kellerman, Director of Community Services and the Director of Mental Health for Niagara County, and also the Chair of the Conference of Local Mental Hygiene Directors.
Welcome, Laura. I wish we
Thank
could
you.
see it in person. It'll have to be virtual.
Patrick Satch, Senior Director of Addiction Services for the University of Rochester Medical Center.
Great.
Member of the council.
That's it? Anybody else?
That's it.
Great. Yeah, we have almost a full council. I appreciate it, especially going into the summer. So we're gonna, again, this is completely a work-related program. We're not having any other speakers outside of, we're gonna talk a little bit about the equity committee and what that will look like. But in terms of the council and the approval of the minutes, now I just want to go through to project review, which Michael shared today. So we're going to just go through that process. That we had, like, I believe, was it 8 or so?
We had 11.
We had 11 projects. That's one of the reasons that we were a little delayed, because we had 11 projects we had to review. So, but Michael did a great job, and we're just going to go through the process one by one of the 11. So, Michael, the floor is yours.
I just first want to acknowledge and thank the staff of Oasis and OMH. You guys are incredible, not only at this meeting, but preparing the material, sending it out to us in a timely way, and then all of your support from every nuts and bolts of the operation here. So thank you sincerely on behalf of the entire council. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes, as Glenn said, we had 11 projects, 3 OMH, 8 Oasis. And again, I want to thank the committee members also for their support, input, and experience. I'm just going to run through them quickly, and then we do take a vote, right, Glenn, on each of them. So the first one was, again, an OMH project, Forestdale, Inc. And again, I think everyone should have the information presented by Bernadette Muller of OMH. It's to establish CFTSS services for children and adolescents up to 21 in Kings and Queens County. They're not a licensed OMH provider. They talked about they were in compliance for their fiscal operations, a total of FTE 12.8 staff. They were supported by the LGU and OMH with certain conditions. We did go to vote as a project committee, and all were in favor of supporting this initiative to establish CFTSS services for children and adolescents.
So, as we know, that was a recommendation from the committee to support this. Any council members have any questions about the Forestdale project? Any questions? Concerns? All right. So we'll go through the approval process. Do I have a motion to approve, support? I mean a second, rather. I'm sorry. Okay.
Second.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right. So the committee, the full advisory committee recommends moving forward with Forestdale. Our next question.
The second project, St. Joseph Rehabilitation Center, Inc. We had Kelly Bivens from OMH present. They're looking to establish a new clinic treatment, Article 31. They will be co-locating and integrating with an Article 32 outpatient clinic in Franklin County, really looking as part of their CCBH application as well through SAMHSA. There was clearly indicated of need within that community. Their staffing was 5.72 FTEs. Their annual caseload 7,140. Budget information was in line with OMH's expectations. And the LGU from Franklin County approved, and OMH approved with certain conditions, and it was supported by the entire project committee.
So,
any questions?
So recommending approval to the full board?
We're recommending approval to the full board to approve.
Great. Well, I guess I only have to, go with all those in favor. I don't think I need a motion at this point, do I? A motion to approve? Need a motion? I guess I'm okay. All right. Can I have an official motion then? Approve. And could I have a second then?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
Okay, number 3, OMH project. It's the, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Yaldenu Health, Inc. Project manager from OMH, Rudy Arias. It's really proposing CFTSS services, Article 31, Children's Mental Health Rehabilitation Services in Kings County. The entity was established this year, but a part of a broader agency that had 2014 OPWD certification to provide ComHab, respite, IBS, family education training, physical intermarriage services for 115 children. They were not a current OMH licensed provider. They are in good standing with OPWDD. They're looking at the average caseload size of 100 and a caseload ratio of 1 to 17. They're proposing 5.7 FTEs. Their revenue is Medicaid billable as a CFTSS provider. And it was supported by the LGU and OMH, approved, and the committee did unanimously approve the project to move forward to the council.
Any comments, questions from the members? If not, I guess then we'll proceed with a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. So that fulfills the OMH portion program.
Moving over to OASE, our first project was Mental Health Association of Westchester. Our OASIS project manager, Linda Hefferon, presented. This is a new OASIS provider application, Part 822 Outpatient Services. They are currently in Article 31, also a CCBHC provider. They met all the minimum staff requirements, went over budget also, and was approved by OASIS. It was supported by the local government unit and OASIS with certain contingencies that was discussed. And we did have unanimous approval to move this forward to the full council.
Thank you. So for the full council, do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I can't vote as the board chair, as the committee chair, but they are one of my members, so I am abstaining, if, you know, just for the record.
Yeah, likewise, yep. Our next presentation, again from Linda from OASIS, was BHSAC June Hope Development, Inc. They are a new OASIS provider for outpatient services, Part 822 in Kings County. They're also a CCBHC status of SAMHSA 2019 expansion grant to add addiction disorders to current OMH and OPWD services. The LGU and New York City did move forward with the recommendation. It was noted in 2019 through OPWDD that there was a 60-day letter statement of deficiencies. They were addressed at the committee meeting by OASIS and the provider, and they're in good standings with OMH. According to OASIS, they're physically viable and their staffing patterns meet the recommendation. And there was a need statement that was shared that was accepted by everyone. And there was unanimous approval from the committee membership. So that's why we're moving it to the full council.
So I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
Okay, our next project was presented by Jennifer Berger of OASIS. It's the Grand Union Holistic Solutions, LLC. They are applying as a new OASIS provider, Part 822 outpatient treatment. They're located in Richmond County, Staten Island. Again, it's a newly formed LLC, formed in July 2020. They have 4 owners, Jeff Klein, Paul Guinonez, and Dr. Sanjay. I apologize if I'm messing up the names, and Dr. Khanna. They each have a certain percentage of ownership and voting rights. Their budget, they do not accept, will not bill for Medicaid or Medicare. It's entirely on patient fees, private insurance, and free services they did discuss. Their staffing patterns meet regulatory requirements of OASIS. OASIS and the LGU approved certain OASIS contingencies that were discussed, and the entire project committee did approve moving forward to full council.
Great. So we have a motion before us. Can I have a second?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I missed what you said. You said something about OASIS contingencies for this project. Did you mention what those are?
Sure. I have to pull out the packet. I don't know if, look at which one. Bear with me because I kind of put them separate from the rest of it. Here we go. They weren't too many. Let me read them off, yeah. Here were the following contingencies: verification of the hiring of sufficient staff to meet regulatory requirements, Several of the other projects had the similar requirements that were still pending. OASIS inspection and approval of the completed facility. Third one was copy of filing received from the New York State Department of State indicating that the amended certificate of incorporation articles of organization, including the OASIS required language, have been filed. A copy of the fully executed operating agreement, and finally, receipt of a copy of the fully executed lease agreement containing OASIS requirements right to re-entry language. So those were the 5 contingencies that were put into the materials.
Okay, so those were contingencies OASIS presented with the project, not the committee.
No, it was part of the project's presentation, correct.
Standard. Yeah.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure. Good. So I guess put it to the floor for a vote. I think we already have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Great.
Our next
Sabina's
OASIS.
abstaining.
What's that? Abstain. I'm sorry.
Glenn.
Abstention. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Somebody's abstaining?
It's Sabina. Glenn,
Right,
it's Sabina Lim.
Thanks, Sabina.
Thank you. Our next project is the Casanova Recovery Systems, Inc. Again, OASIS Jennifer Berg presented. This is a capital project, and the action is to renovate and to preserve building and expand from currently capacity of 621, and this includes 21 women, 13 children. There's a waiting list as part of a safe place for women, pregnant women, and women with children to begin their recovery from substance misuse disorder. OASIS deemed the project physically viable, authorized to provide Part 819 supportive living services and Part 820 residential services. There was a previous, most recent certification in 11/2020 of a corrective action, which the OASIS staff and the agency did discuss and talk about where they were at with that, and it sounds like it was appropriate to move forward. The LGU OASIS approved, and the entire project committee approved moving forward to the full council.
Glenn and Michael, this is Laura Kellerman. I need to recuse myself from this item and also abstain from voting. So I'll be back when you let me.
So noted. Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Great. Abstention? Besides Laura, who duly noted. Yep. Okay, great. Okay, we're halfway there with OASIS projects. We're moving forward with Cattaraugus County Department of Community Services, presented by Michelle Woods from OASIS. This is, they applied to be a new OASIS provider as part of a Part 822 outpatient treatment services. And their plan is to be to co-locate within the county's Article 31 outpatient clinic, licensed clinic by OMH. OASIS did recognize the fiscal viability and recommended approval. The LGU does not approve it because it's obviously the LGU or the providing direct services. And there was a statement of need for that county for these services. And the entire projects committee did approve moving forward to full council. So we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
Our next one is the Westfall Associates, Inc., presented by Michelle Woods. This was basically a change in ownership for a provider providing Part 822 outpatient treatment in Monroe County. The previous owner passed, and the partner was to propose to take over. There was absolutely no changes in the program or services offered, and met all of OASIS expectations and requirements, and the entire project committee did move forward to council.
So there's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstaining. This is Patrick Sedge.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. We'll
Okay.
know that.
We're down to 2. Surf Point Recovery LLC, presented by Dina Holmes, a new OASIS provider, looking for at a Part 816.7 medically supervised withdrawal stabilization, as well as a Part 818 inpatient rehabilitation services. This is in Kings County. The Part 816.7 is for 25 beds, and the Part 818 is for 15 beds. There are 4 owners of the Surf Point Resource LLC, established in 2021. Mr. Ellen Devi Friedman, who's 10% owner, 10% voting rights. Joel Bash, 40% owner, 40% voting rights. Jamie Schwartz, who also serves as executive director, 10% ownership, 10% voting rights. And Joseph Rabinowitz, 40 ownership, 40 voting. There were no concerns noted regarding the budget. The proposed staffing meets minimal regulatory requirements, and both the LGU and OASIS approved with certain, again, contingencies that OASIS put into the documents and materials that was presented to the project committee. And we supported it, the project committee, for full council review as well.
So there's a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions?
Laura Kellerman is abstaining.
Oh,
Abstaining on that one. Okay.
And Glenn Donna May stepped out. Refusing.
Okay. Thanks, Keith.
Glenn, also Sabina's abstaining too.
Okay, thank you.
And our final project was the Recovery Center of Niagara LLC, presented by Jennifer Berg. This is a new OASIS proposed provider to become a new provider of Part 18 inpatient rehabilitation, 25 beds, and Part 816.7 medically supervised inpatient withdrawal and stabilization services, 15 beds. This is the site proposed was the formerly Eastern Niagara Hospital location. The need statement talked about significant burden of the opioid epidemic and overdose. The applicant is a newly formed LLC established in April 2021, and the same 4 owners and voting rights of the previous presentation are for this proposal as well. There were no mention or concerns, and OASIS approved the budget reports. The staff requirements submitted met with OASIS regulatory requirements. There were some letters shared, and we had some public comments from various providers in the community who shared their opposition due to the impact it would have on local services, that there was underutilization or there was capacity already existing within the provider community. There were issues if this program were to move forward that would put some of the other organizations in serious concern to exist, and that would further fragment and make it more difficult to provide services. There was also a public comment in support of a resource within the Niagara-Buffalo region due to the serious issues of overdose and accessing services. We did hear from those four public comments. The decision by the project committee was to basically table until our next September meeting and listing various questions to both OASIS to look at some of the questions, some of the concerns that came up. I think it was noted by the project committee that the presentation itself was adequate, answered all the questions, and there was no really questions on that piece. It was more of the service type, the impact on the local community, and there were some questions that the group had in terms of capacity and need in that community. So again, the recommendation from the project committee was to table it, get more information, and return for our September project committee meeting.
Great, thank you. Were there any comments from the group? This was there were a lot of conversation going on in terms of this discussion. Anybody have any questions, comments? Anybody from the committee or anybody from the council have any questions, concerns they want to raise?
Glenn, this is Patrick Sedge. Do we have what those questions are from the project review committee for table? Like, what are the specific questions that we're asked?
You want to answer that one?
Yeah. I mean, there were several issues. There were still questions of utilization and capacity within the county. That wasn't fully answered. There was also questions about linkages with other existing providers in the community. That was another issue. And Glenn, you put up the issue of the model itself and whether the need was there. I don't know how.
Yeah, my issue, and it's less of an issue than just it was more a qualifying question, that the way that it was being described, in my understanding, was it's kind of like a crisis stabilization center. As we know, 980 is coming out next month. The crisis stabilization center is for addiction services and for mental health services, and it really seemed much more to fit into that model. Now that's less of a council issue, but it was more sort of like a programmatic discussion. So I just wanted to throw it out there to them because it really seemed much more in line with that as much as anything else. So it was more programmatic.
Can I make a comment? It's Ian Schaefer, because I was one of the people raising this. I think the questions raised around a couple of issues. One, I actually think, Glenn, it's closer to a specialty hospital designed to do some detox and rehab. And I think the question was the speakers from the community raised the issue of needing probably something other than more inpatient beds, and we couldn't get our arms around what the actual need for further inpatient capacity was, and that was a critical question. And I think the secondary critical question was, in the presentation, this does relate to the presentation, they described linkages to, transition linkages to outpatient, some of which are down here in the city.
Correct.
And they're up in the Buffalo, Niagara area. We were trying to understand how they were going to develop linkages long-term, which are really needed, obviously, to entities within the community, and what are the resources within the community for somebody transitioning out of what sounded, frankly, like a pretty traditional 28-day inpatient unit to me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Deb. To add to what folks are saying about need for more information, I would also add for Oasis to really have a conversation with Avi Israel and the likes of referral sources like that seem to express that of the 123 beds or 132 beds in the area, what is the difficulty of them finding, detox beds for individuals, where he described having to drive several miles away. So I think there is an operational part to that I would recommend that Oasis really try to understand.
Thank you so much for clarifying those other comments as well. Thank you.
Other comments from members?
Glenn, it's Sabina. I guess another procedural question. I understand that our next scheduled meeting is in September. I do wonder whether, again, if it's within the procedure to have like an earlier project review committee meeting sometime during the summer. I know it's hard during the summer, but it sounds like a lot of people have been working on this for a very long time, and the sooner we can get to resolution, I think probably the better. Just throwing that out for consideration.
Yeah, I don't know the protocol on that, but it's very logical. It seems to make sense that we as the committee should, the project review committee and the entire council should be meeting sometime this summer to help resolve this issue. Unless there's something parliamentarian that I don't know about, legal. No, you're right. And that makes a lot of sense. I think, we'll move forward with that.
So just to close out, the entire project review committee, all to sort of table it till September meeting with getting more clarification on the questions that were articulated. And thank you, committee members. And it was just noted, if procedurally possible earlier, we'll note that as well.
Yep.
So that was to be presented here at council, obviously. Great. So those were our projects.
Great. So we need a motion on the floor. I need a second.
Second.
So all those in favor of moving the moving the decision discussion till the September meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? No abstentions. Okay. So we will move it on the contingency that, we will hopefully be able to, and I'll check with the councils at OMH and OASIS to see if, I don't see this a problem to have something in July or August. What's that? Yeah, Keith. I know you're playing the role of counsel. I know you're playing the role of counsel.
So for some reason we were muted and you couldn't hear us, but Judge Russell had a question.
Oh, okay.
I know we kind of moved forward, but some of the concerns, I was in a project committee meeting, and when we talked about the proposal by the Recovery Center of Niagara, and the issue was what was the needs of the community. And part of that discussion they had at the Niagara County Community Service Board, and some of the presenters that may have been in opposition presented to that board. And I'm just wondering, because that board made a decision in full support of their application, are we just re-airing what their local community had already resolved?
I'm
not sure if someone from Oasis can address that, or because I know we tabled it, or is that something that would just be scheduled for September, or would that resolve it and we don't need to table it? I don't know the answer to that. I'm just tossing it out.
Yeah, Glenn, I'll just, in response to the judge, I'll just highlight, I think you sort of said it as well during the meeting, that by law, the county is the statutory local mental health planner. So as Janet had touched on, I believe, OASIS defers to the locals, the county, when it comes to need. That the county did support the application, and as you had referenced in the meeting, there was the letter sent by the Community Services Board in response to Eastern Niagara Hospital's letter. So I guess I just wanted to be able to respond to the judge relative to that, the role of the county in that regard.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Judge, for the clarification. So I think, you bring up obviously a very valid point, and I think there is, I think we're getting a sense that the general theme here from everybody has been this kind of, we're hearing different stories, so we're just trying to parse together what, and get all the information we possibly can. And I think that the notion of having a July or August meeting to bring everybody together and ask the key questions here, I think would be very helpful, and expedite the process as well if necessary.
I'm sorry, Patrick, can I just add one more thing? Again, I'm going to play lawyer.
All right, Keith.
Unfortunately, the council cannot schedule a meeting between this one and the one in September. There is a certain set of listed factors that would need to occur in order for that to happen, and essentially either this meeting or the next one would have needed to have been canceled, and then there needs to be, I think, 120. It's a weird calendar calculator thingamajig. At this stage, I think it would make more sense to simply focus on a September meeting, because I don't think it's possible to schedule a meeting between now and then.
All right. Well.
So can I also play a lawyer?
We got several people playing lawyer. All right, our next person playing lawyer. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, Carmelita from Counsel's Office at Oasis. So the committee can meet, right, if you want to hold a meeting, but you still have to bring the recommendation before the full council doesn't meet until September. So even if you held your meeting before the September meeting, the full council still can't act, because you have to, make a recommendation as a full council in September.
Thank you.
The only way the committee can act independently is, if the full council doesn't meet within the 60-day time period.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Glenn, I have so I have an issue I'd like to include since if we're tabling this and have very specific questions, for Oasis to provide clarifications on. Maybe it's Oasis and the county. Because one of the things that wasn't clear to me, which is related to capacity, is that there's the Reflections program that Eastern Niagara Hospital operates. I think if the whole hospital is scheduled to close, and they're opening a new hospital in 2023. And so one of the things I think we need a very clear answer on is that, will this new hospital that will replace Eastern Niagara going to provide SUD inpatient rehab services?
Mm-hmm.
Because that will directly relate to the capacity in that community.
In their project, and I know their director is there, but in their project, there are no plans to do that. I think, though, that you bring up a good point in that we should put a series of questions rather than going back and forth, because you're bringing up good points. A lot of folks are. I think if we can all put our comments together and share them, send them through me and through Oasis, OMH, so we have all the comments in place moving forward. Because you're bringing up good points, Ian's bringing up good points, Deb brought up good points. I mean, there are a lot of issues here that we still have to resolve. So I think that we, as the committee, can meet sometime this summer. But before we even do that, we have to identify a series of questions that we need answered.
And Glenn, I think it's a very important piece for us as a council, because from what I've read from the public comments, I know from Eastern Niagara's perspective, there's their concern around staffing and maybe losing staffing to this new recovery center. But the big point that I sort of glean from all of this is that there isn't the capacity, or that the community does not need the capacity. But I think if we're looking at it that at whatever point in 2023 that Reflections program is going to close and there will not be a replacement of those beds, then there will be a capacity issue in that community that this new center would resolve, potentially. I think it weakens the capacity argument against project.
And again, those are the discussions. I think you're bringing up a very valid. Those are the discussions we should be having. I think that we already voted to defer this till the September meeting, but I think the things you're bringing up, it does not preclude us, as we've heard, from having these discussions in July or August, whenever, to have those discussions. I think you bring up all these valid points. Everybody is, and I think we have to. Plenty of concerns. This is the first. I've got to say, just on the record here, this is the first. I've been chair for about 2 years. This is the first time I've seen such a dichotomy in terms of what we're hearing from different groups. And so
two questions I have, Glenn.
Yeah,
I have two questions. It's Ian. The question number one is, why would we meet in July if they're telling us we couldn't act on it till September in any case with the full council? I'm not sure that's a good use of time. Secondly, I'm curious, is somebody putting a motion to undo the table motion? Otherwise, it's tabled.
Right. Sorry. Right. It is tabled. No, there's no motion. The only thing is that, we just heard from Oasis that we, as the project committee, can meet over the summer, so that would sort of help resolve the questions moving forward for the September meeting, in anticipation of these kinds of discussions going on in September. At least if we can help resolve that moving forward before the full council, I think it would be a good use of our time.
Understood. Thank you.
Or you could not adjourn this meeting and just reconvene in July, so it's still a continuation of this meeting.
Very smart, David. Very smart. July 4th at the Woodlock. There we go. That's
I'm in. The deal.
There we go. All there.
He won't be here.
Thank you. We could all go there.
Absolutely.
So I think we're done now with we've moved forward. We've gone forward with project development. So I just want to really thank Michael. Michael, great job. It's really wonderful. There was a lot of issues that were contained throughout, and you handled it so well. And again, thank you to our Oasis and OMH colleagues for, as you said earlier, a wonderful job. So Patrick, are you ready? We're going to go over to regulations. I understand we only had 2 regulations, but So
That's actually, John actually chaired that.
John, okay. Hey, John.
So, yeah. So, first of all, I want to follow up on Glenn's acknowledgement of Patrice Wallace-Moore, who we all know and love, and she really provided tremendous leadership both to the overall council as vice chair, but primarily as the chair of the regulations committee for many years. And so we miss her already. And I was asked just as a member of the committee, and as I said, having been doing this a long time, to serve as chair of that committee just for today's meeting. Obviously, Patrick is the vice chair. So we looked at two regulations, new regulations by OMH related to what had been called or is still being called clinic, but is now has a new name, outpatient mental health and rehabilitation services. In general, the committee was very pleased about this direction. It has in part to do with the fact that OMH has received approval, or is in process, I guess, received approval in November of 2021 to move the clinic, mental health clinic, to the rehab option, which allows a much greater flexibility in terms of being able to serve clients where they are, including at home, and also to provide services in a somewhat more flexible manner. Carmelita Cruz is going to walk us. I'm sorry, that's the next one. OMH Legal is going to walk us through some aspects of this. But in general, I think we felt that some of the language in the reg could be strengthened to reinforce the philosophical underpinnings of this in terms of rehabilitative services, the whole recovery model and recovery philosophy, and sort of strengthen the vision, if you will, for the reg beyond just the sort of more mundane regulatory aspects. So I'm not sure who exactly from OMH is going to walk us through this, but if they would, that would be great.
Hi, this is Nancy Beth. I can cover the major changes that we're very happy to announce. So one of the biggest changes is add peer and family support services to the regulation, and it provides an allowance for unlimited number of pre-admission peer and family support services for engagement in the clinic. That's nice. Our focus is going to include peers more in all treatment aspects that we offer. So we're very happy to have that. The new regulation will provide for off-site visits as allowable for all individuals receiving clinic services. And we give a definition for off-site location, but we're also requiring policies and procedures to be developed by the clinic, because we also want to make sure that these off-site visits are in a place that are conducive to meeting and also protect the patient's confidentiality. Another big change was co-enrollments for clinics, and it allows an individual to receive services from two clinics as long as it's not the same service on the same day. And those are the major highlights.
Thank you. So, the committee recommended approval of the reg with sort of the underlying condition that OMH would first of all clarify. There were some sections of where the language was just a little confusing to us around some of the billing, and they said they would take a look at that and make that a little clearer, and then also look at this notion of trying to reflect sort of personal aspirational goals related to quality of life, sort of more in keeping with rehab and recovery, and also to define some of the terms related to rehabilitation, recovery, and things like that, just so that that's really embedded in the regulation. So with those caveats, we were very much supportive of this reg. So I guess, Glenn, we need a motion and a second for that.
Right. Can I have a motion to support? Motion forward?
I'll move that.
There's a comment here from OMH.
So we did get to reach out on a couple of things, on some of those conditions we talked about earlier. And I just wanted to follow up. So for the request for the definitions to be added, we will be doing that. Also adding to the list of items that are included in the treatment plan, including the strengths and goals and aspirations, we will add that as well. Any additional treatment plan changes, because there was some talk about some more rehabilitative type language. We had discussed how we are continuing to work on these regs, and we're looking to do that when we make the updates to the treatment planning section of the regulations, because we're hoping to get some stakeholder feedback and revamp that whole section. And then additionally, regarding the two sections for billing, we wanted to, that's also another big area that we're revamping for the next round. So we wanted to make those changes and keep note of this for that time when we do those changes for the billing sections, the 599.14 and the 599.13.
Okay.
Thanks.
So Glenn, I move approval.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Thank you. That's approved. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Next.
So, yeah, next, OASIS Part 810, related to certification. And again, I said Carmelita Cruz will walk us through this, but we spent a fair amount of time talking, again, a big part of this reg is revising it related to changes in language, as I think we all know who've been on the council. OASIS is moving towards using the term addiction rather than chemical dependency or substance use services, except in some very specific cases. And one of the things related to that is, of course, sort of bringing gambling services more mainstream as part of the OASIS offerings of services. And so the sort of addictions is catches sort of all of the various subunits like substance use services, chemical dependency, and gambling. We also talked about the fact that there's language in this reg related to addressing systemic barriers to care and health disparities. And then there's some language in the new reg that raised some concerns related to requirements, very specific requirements of boards of directors, boards of trustees of organizations, and to the extent to which OASIS seemed to be, in my words, this isn't their years, over-determining the number of people on a board who needed to have specific addiction services treatment experience, not as clients, but rather as providers. And so we talked about a fair amount and made some recommendations in terms of modifying some of the language in this reg to, in keeping with some ideas that a number of us brought up about some concerns about, again, with all of the various requirements of boards and the appropriate role of a board of directors, experience in managing substance use services or addiction services may not be as important as some other priorities for board diversity. So I'm going to turn it over to Carmelita to kind of walk us through this reg and then clarify some of the conditions that we brought up as a committee in order to allow OASIS to move forward on this. So please, Carmelita.
Great, thanks, John. That was thank you. That was a good summary. Thank you. So just sort of building off of some of what John already mentioned, folks are probably familiar. We've been going through all of our regulations for the past couple of years, right, and trying to make a lot of terminology changes.
consistent with changes in that we've made in the mental hygiene law and just changes of terminology we use in the field generally, right? So we're moving away from using the term chemical dependence, really focusing on using either addiction services when we're talking about provision of substance use disorder and gambling services, or using substance use disorder services when we're talking about just the provision of those services. So you'll see in here that there are lots of updates really just consistent with those terminology changes, updating the name of our agency, using gender neutral language, using the term patients. We formerly were using clients, really trying to be more consistent. We have removed some definitions for substance use disorder and substance use disorder services. Any definitions that are applicable to all of our regulations, we've been trying to put into Part 800, which are our provisions applicable to all regulations, to all of our programs, really, so that we can sort of centralize where we're keeping all of our universal definitions. So the reason we're taking those out of this regulation is because they're in Part 800 already. We have some additional changes around standards we're looking at for approval and certifying programs. That's where you'll see a lot of the diversity and equity and inclusion language. It's consistent with, changes we've been trying to make. Last year, we adopted some changes to Part 800 where we required programs to develop policies and procedures on how they are addressing health disparities and access to care. So, we're continuing along that path of really examining everything the agency does with an equity lens. And I think you'll continue to see those changes in the future. There is a provision that 10% of board members have demonstrated prior substantial experience directly providing or managing addiction services and experience. That is the recommendation that John mentioned. The recommendation from the committee is that the percentage be taken out of the regulation and that OASIS instead maintain the requirement generally and issue guidance that talks about standards for to be taken into consideration for development, which would focus on lived experience, the experience of prior experience providing SUD services, and really making sure that we are including provisions around diversity and equity. There are changes throughout the regulation where we are moving away from using the term reasonable time periods and putting in reasonable time periods so that we have sort of universal time periods that are applicable to everyone. And then we also, so we have some changes too around additional locations. There were formerly provisions that require that additional locations be in the same county or a county contiguous to the main location. We've really been trying to expand programs, expand access to services. Not really a provision that we utilize. We took it out of our Part 822 regulation a couple of years ago, and I think now if it's ever an issue, we're just waiving it. We did add a new provision around the development of additional locations, which are referred to as medication units for opioid treatment programs, just to make sure we're referencing that those programs are also subject to additional federal rules and requirements that those programs have to abide by. And we added in language on temporary operators in our programs. It's authority that the agency already has pursuant to the mental hygiene law. We have the ability to put in a temporary operator, to work with a provider, to implement a temporary operator. We just haven't had regulatory language to that effect, so we are adding it now since we're amending the regulation. And I think that is pretty much it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn, can I make a comment before we go to vote?
Of course.
It's Sabina, sorry.
Right.
Wholeheartedly, thank you, John, and the committee for the Board of Trustees. I think, this is, I agree with it in principle. In reality, for hospitals, I think this will be very, very challenging. I think the removal of the percentage would be very helpful in the guidelines. The only other thing I just wanted to sort of make note, it's not a change, I think, but at least in our hospital's experience, and this is about the right to reentry clause, we have found it very, very difficult to find landlords in New York City who are agreeable to that. And I think, not for this rendition, but I think if there could be some conversation or some consideration of that, if others are finding that same, if it's just us, then it's just our issue. But we find that to be a big challenge in just finding landlords who will accept that, and that adds to the larger issue where to place many of our programs. So just those two things.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Deb. I wanted to make 2 quick comments on the board piece, and thank you, to the group. I think you guys did a really good job on the recommendations. I would also offer, and this may have came up during your meeting, to OASIS, that there are also boards do board assessments on an annual basis. And also, a lot of boards do board orientation. Our board members visit our sites. Our board members do a lot of things that, even though that experience, they don't come with that experience, they gain exposure in a whole lot of ways. They attend events. So I just think that piece of it, I'm not sure it's really needed, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and we actually made that point that there's that clearly you want people who are managing programs to have experience in managing programs before, and particularly if it's a new provider, you should have people in senior management who know addiction services. But boards really have a different role. They represent the community. They govern. They do governance. They fundraise. We also at our agency, our board visits programs all the time, and they have presentations by programs about programs. They meet patients, they meet staff. So, I mean, that was sort of our going in position. I think we negotiated, if you will, with Carmelita about eliminating the number, but I think the requirement itself, I'd much rather focus on some other aspects of board diversity rather than having board members who necessarily have run addiction services. And we brought up the point that Sabina made too. I said if a hospital had to have 10% of its board in each medical specialty, they'd close. Because,
or have boards of 700.
Right, and you close because Henry Travis didn't have that experience. So what would you do, right? Anyway, that was so. We're all. I think we're in agreement. Appreciate it.
Sounds like it. So, I guess what's before the full council and John is that we support the regulation, but want to, make sure that there's specific language that addresses that, around creating some guidance language around the 10% and not mandating that it be 10%. Is that?
Yeah, eliminating the percentage, and OASIS is going to develop some guidance about board diversity. Yeah, yep. Including this piece.
So that said, so that said, is you're sending it to us for the full board for approval with that caveat?
Yeah, with the, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, we are.
Great. So I just need a second.
Second.
And I just all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So it passes. So thank you. So I guess we'll work with Carmelita and council's office around, advocating, recommending these changes to eliminate the 10% specifically.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yep. Right. Well, great. Thank you. So, Carmelita, you're on again. So we're done with, thank you very much. Thank you, John, for chairing the committee. Appreciate it. So now we're going to go to an overview and discussion of the new equity committee, which Carmelita is going to lead for us.
Yeah. So before we move on to that, I just wanted to introduce everyone to Patrick Totaro. He's a new attorney in counsel's office. He'll actually be taking over regulations for OASIS. So in the future, you'll see Patrick in your meetings.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Pleasure to meet everyone. Yep.
So we have a new charge and a new committee for the council. I think that we shared in advance of the meeting the legislation creating the Council for Treatment Equity. I don't think we need 45 minutes for this discussion, so hopefully we won't run too far over time or overtime at all. I want to just sort of run through what the charge is to the council and next steps in amending bylaws and forming a new committee and determining the membership of that committee. So, looking at the legislation, I think it's important for us to just talk about some of the definitions and some of the objectives that are included here. We have definitions included around the term. So first, actually, the council is tasked with creating this new committee to really look at substance use disorder services for vulnerable populations and in racially and ethnically diverse areas, which is why I want to talk about how those terms are defined within the context of the statute. So vulnerable populations extends to anyone who's experienced injustices or disadvantages as a result of their race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability status, age, socioeconomic status, and or any other status which has caused a person to experience injustices and disadvantages. So it's very broad, right? We are looking at, I think we can make the case to look at pretty much any population within that definition. In terms of the area, racially and ethnically diverse areas means counties where the non-white population is 40% or more, or the service area of an agency providing substance use disorder services where the non-white population of said area is 40% or more. So there's both sort of like a regional aspect, but also, really looking at the community where individual providers operate. We also have a definition for the term treatment disparity, which is measurable differences in access to and quality of substance use disorder services as determined by race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, those sort of categories that were defined within the vulnerable population definition. And then there's also a definition for treatment equity, which is sort of leading us in the direction of our goals, right? Achieving the highest level of substance use disorder services for all people, and entails focused efforts to address avoidable inequalities by equalizing those conditions for substance use disorder services for individuals that have experienced injustices and socioeconomic disadvantages. So the council is created as a committee within the BHSAC. And it has sort of the following powers and duties to work with the state agencies and local government and other affected stakeholders, including providers, to represent vulnerable populations, setting priorities to achieve treatment equity in racial and ethnically diverse areas and for vulnerable populations throughout the state. So the charge is really looking both at individual populations, but also taking a bit of a regional focus, right? The second is analyzing collected data to determine the causes of treatment disparities in racially and ethnically diverse areas and for vulnerable populations throughout the state, including any economic, physical, social, or cultural barriers. Developing and implementing strategies aimed at achieving treatment equity. Promoting community involvement by conducting promotional and educational outreach programs. I think it's a little bit difficult for the council to do. I think we'd more be looking at like recommendations that providers of services, for providers of services to engage in community involvement and review the impact of current laws, rules, regulations, policies, and programs that may be affecting the ability to achieve treatment equity. So that's sort of like the statutory charge that the committee has. There's a written report that the council will have to develop and submit. The first report is due in June of 2023. There are also amendments to the mental hygiene law provisions that establish this council, which increase the membership from 28 members to 32 members, adding 4 new members to the council. there are criteria around who those 4 members should be, really, looking at adding members that have expertise in issues facing vulnerable populations and who are receiving or seeking to receive substance use disorder services. So there's some lived experience requirements there, and then also directing the council to develop this new committee. The statute is not yet effective. It's effective at the end of this month. After that point, it becomes effective and your membership number changes, which means in the future it's going to be really important for all of the members to attend so that you can achieve a quorum, because these 4 new members have not been appointed yet and will likely not be appointed until next year. I don't see the legislature coming back just to appoint members, and if they do come back, I am not sure that this would be one of the things on their agenda, so you're likely not going to see any new members until next year. So moving forward, it's very important for everyone to attend. In terms of next steps, what I was thinking is that I think we need action on behalf of the council to amend the bylaws. OMH and OASIS can work on amendments to the bylaws for review and adoption by the council. But I think we need the official, vote from the council to move forward with amending the bylaws to create the new equity committee. And in the interim, before the next meeting, we'll need current members of the council to indicate their interest in being a member of the committee and serving in a leadership role within the committee, right? So either as the chair or the vice chair. The chair of the full council has the ability to appoint members to the committee and identify who the chair and vice chair will be. And we were also thinking, today, the day that the council meets is a very full day already, with the regulations committee and the project review committee happening before the full council meeting. So I think that it would be a really good idea, and obviously it's subject to all of the council members, to plan moving forward to have the equity committee meet on a day that is different from the full council meeting. And that happens before the full council meeting, right? So the equity committee has time that all of the members of the council have the ability to participate in the equity committee meeting, but also that the equity committee, really has time to meet and do its work and then bring those recommendations back to the full council.
Good.
Is it technically a subcommittee, or is it a committee that would hold its meetings in accordance with open meeting laws?
So we would still need to hold our meetings in accordance with open meeting laws in terms of notice provisions and having locations and video conferencing available. It's adding an additional committee to the council. So I think that we would have to, but I will double check. I will take it back and double check. I think we're subject to because it's an additional meeting of the council, and the other committees are also subject to public officers. So I think that this committee will be as well.
My question was just really related to logistics, and is it WebExes where people are participating from wherever, or is it 3 different locations across New York State, et cetera, et cetera?
So I think we can make that determination based on who the committee membership is, but if the committee membership is located across the state, it's easier to have the different locations so that people don't have to travel long distances. The reason you have to do that is because you have to have a place where the public can show up, right? And no one wants that place to be their home if you're if you're connecting virtually. So
So I guess I have a few questions that I'm trying to get set in my mind. So in terms of the process, the way it works is that members of existing committees can serve on the equity committee because it's not meeting on the same time. So will that be is that going to be the consistent pattern, that we're going to have the regularly scheduled 6-time-a-year meeting, and then on another time have the equity meeting, and then the equity meeting comes in, the leadership of the equity meeting comes in to share the recommendations with the full council?
So I thought that that would be a good idea so that all of the council members have the ability to participate, but it's really up to the council to make that determination. I mean, you could decide that you want it on the same day, and we have a third committee meeting at 10 a.m.
Yeah. That's something, that, yeah, go ahead. Love to get the feedback of council members on that.
So I wasn't sure my question is a feedback to your question, Glenn. I'm sorry. I have 2 additional questions, Carmelita. So I could wait my turn.
No, I was just really trying to get clear. Believe me, I think the charge is fantastic. This is a great opportunity. My concern is that we're talking about, I mean, this is a new precedent in the sense that we're not talking just about behavioral health. The language is much more broad than behavioral health. So it's a whole different sort of, puts us into a whole sort of different, and I know it's legislation, I know it's regulation, but it kind of puts us into a whole different sort of discussion. So I just wanted to bring that out to the committee, because now we're not just talking about behavioral health, we're talking about larger population, which, again, from our perspective, could be positive. We could, provide, strong perspectives on that, but I just wanted to make sure that folks know the distinction. So I'm putting it up to the full board for comments, questions, anything you might have. I know, Deb, why don't you start? I knew you had some questions.
Right, so 2 quick questions. One, Carmelita, just if you could give us some perspective as to where OMH fits into this piece of legislation. And secondly, shouldn't DEI be baked into everything that this council does? So having a separate meeting, I can definitely see that. The principle of it is really about, to me, baking it into the full facet of what we do. So I just wanted to kind of throw both those thoughts out there.
Because one of the worries, it seems to me, Glenn, is that OMH could come up with another set of requirements, right? That or priorities, in legislation that affects OMH that may or may not line up easily with what Carmelita was already saying.
Correct. Exactly. Which this is really great. I mean, I applaud it.
Absolutely.
We applaud it. But it's just it's just sort of seeing everything together.
Yeah. So I think, this is the statutory charge, right? And this is the minimum requirements that we have to meet. Obviously, this was very focused on substance use disorder. When the bill initially passed last year, it was actually supposed to be created as an independent advisory body. And then at some point during the chapter amendments, which are negotiations, after a bill passes between the state agency and the legislature and the governor's office, the recommendation became, working within this body and using the membership of this council to serve this role to the agency. But the charge didn't change beyond substance use disorder, right? In terms of what the primary focus was. I think that once the committee is formed, the charge can be more inclusive than just looking at substance use disorder. I think that would have to be raised with OMH, obviously. But I work pretty closely. They've got a great diversity and inclusion, officer and division within the Office of Mental Health. I think that it would be reasonable to make the request that they be incorporated into the work of the committee moving forward.
So are there other questions or comments from the advisory committee?
I just want to add also, I think it's a wonderful opportunity idea. Just doing the math and logistics, because it'll take a while to have those other 4 members. The fact that we only have 28 members, and if the 3 committees were to meet at the same time, and one person doesn't show, we may not have a quorum or enough another. So it sounds like at this point it makes sense to have it at a separate time until we have a full team of 32.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I have just a question, and maybe I missed it in Carmelita's presentation, but I guess I'm trying to understand the authority that this committee has. That is, we if we were to meet, develop recommendations, where do they go, and with what authority and force? Because and is that just therefore because of the fact that this is associated with OASIS, it would be just influencing OASIS policy, or does it have a broader? Just could you clarify that a little bit? And again, maybe I missed it, but understand
Yeah.
what, you know.
So the statutory charge, right, is substance use disorder, which means that the recommendations would really be specific to OASIS. The bare minimum requirement is that the focus be substance use disorder and the recommendations be made to OASIS. It's an advisory council, so you make recommendations to the agencies and they can adopt them and act on them however, you know, they see fit with the input of the council. I think it could be a part of the conversation of the committee and of the council at the next meeting in collaboration with OMH to extend the charge beyond substance use disorder, to also allow the committee and the council to make recommendations to the Office of Mental Health, but I don't want to unilaterally say that that is acceptable since I don't actually work for OMH and they may have their own opinions on the matter. But I think it would also be really useful to understand the actions that OMH is already taking in this area, right? You know, OASIS is a little bit new to this in that we're just sort of developing this office and appointing a chief equity officer for the agency. That will be happening very soon, but OMH has had that office and have been acting in this area for some time. So it may be useful to just have a better understanding of, you know, what they're already doing.
Thank you.
And John, I might also say we got appointed by the not the agency.
Right, and does this carry, well, but we still don't have any real power.
No.
Yeah, well, that was the question I was going to ask. Is so you envision it like the committees now, like they exist. They come up with a series of recommendations. They move forward through the full council. We determine, we support it, and then it goes through the commissioner. Commissioner has the final say in terms of this specific, you know, policy.
Yep. I would also ask you to be mindful there is a report that's due to the legislature every year. So there is the possibility that the legislature might also adopt or act on any recommendations that come out of the council.
It's an interesting leverage point for us as the council. It really is. So I guess, any other comments before I talk about process? Any other comments? Anybody else? Okay. So I guess the next, and thank you, Carmelita, that's a great presentation. I guess the question I have is, who are people interested? It's hard to say if you're interested because we don't know if it's going to be a separate meeting or it's going to be part of, you know, we're going to meet on the, you know, the third Thursday in September or whenever, and that's going to be part of the group. So we still have to figure that out. But everything else aside, we're looking for people who might be interested. We can work all the logistics out, but we just want to find out people who might be interested in serving on the committee. So if you could let me know, I guess would I be the contact? What's that?
Just for the 15th is fine. I can
Okay.
do that for you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Jen is going to be the contact, and Carol will be the contact. So please let Jen know if you are interested in serving on the committee. Thank you.
Yes, and if you're interested in holding the role of chair or vice chair of the committee as well.
Thank you. Anything else?
Can that, when the minutes for this session is sent, can that be included in the email just for members who are not present to let them know the contact person if they're interested in that committee? And I think I'm recalling from our last meeting that there was an informal recommendation from the council, and I think he was interested that Chaku would be recommended as chair for this committee.
Yes, I said I thought he was originally going to be at the meeting, then he said he was at the meeting, and I guess he's not here this afternoon. I sent him a specific note.
He was at the regulation thing, but then had to leave.
Right. So I asked him specifically if he was interested in either serving as chair or serving on the council, but I didn't want to get ahead of, you know, him on that. And I'm sure he is. He hasn't gotten back to me, but I'm sure, you know, to your point, I'm sure he would be very interested in serving here or a member of the.
He's very good.
Glenn,
Yep.
I would suggest, because the minutes will not go before full council member, I will put out an email
Okay.
asking for that and including the truth position interest to the vice chair to full council and also chair to regulation.
Okay.
So I'll do a full email of interest on these two.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jen. Did everybody hear that?
No, not really.
Okay. So what Jen said was that she's going to send out an email to everybody that basically try to find out your interest in becoming the vice chair, becoming the chair of regulations, becoming a member of the equity committee, or becoming chair of the equity committee. So she'll send out a note about all that.
Sounds good.
Yep.
And then before we move on, just as a matter of process, can we have a motion and a second and a vote of the council to amend the bylaws to add the equity committee officially, and we'll review the bylaws at the next meeting.
So I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, lots of seconds. 27 seconds, great.
By acclamation.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Great. Very good. So thank you, Carmelita. Great. Appreciate it. It's very exciting. Very exciting new charge for the council. We'll figure it all out at time. But you need volunteers, so please feel free to volunteer. So amazingly enough, great work by everybody. It's 2:45. We're actually
Glenn,
ahead of schedule.
Glenn,
Yeah.
can you hear me? This is Patrick.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to inform the council. I don't know, a couple of months ago, I became a federal grand juror, and their session is on Thursdays. And so I know our meetings are pre-scheduled and they're all on Thursdays. So I generally will not know whether I can join the council until Wednesday night when I check the hotline. And this goes on for the next 12 months and can actually be extended by the judge to consecutive 6 months. I'm just lucky.
Have a good time, Patrick.
Yeah, well, actually,
see you next year.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, most of the council meetings have been on Wednesday. I think this is, am I wrong? I think they're usually on Wednesday. I know this time we're Thursday.
They're on Thursday.
Oh, Thursday.
I think the last one was Thursday. This one's Thursday, so I'm not sure if the subsequent meetings are Thursday.
Doesn't have to be Thursday.
Just wanted to make sure the council is aware that you know, I'll never know whether I can join.
Unless you can use the council as an excuse not to have to attend.
I tried that. The judge did not go for it.
Maybe Judge Russell's court, you could have got her out.
That's right.
Yeah. So the only news I just want to report out. First of all, I just want to thank everybody. This was a very productive day. Long day, but very, very productive. And, you know, obviously I hope everybody has a wonderful summer. We will try to get together, figure out a way to get together around the specifics around project development. But the only thing I want to say is I really want us in September, you know, I know I keep emphasizing it, is around 988. 988 is, you know, and it's an OMH OASIS coordinated collaborative piece. It's happening in 3 weeks. We have to be up and ready to find out more about what's going on. I know it's going to be a soft launch, but I think we as the council really have to be very engaged, because I think there are going to be regulation issues. There are going to be project development issues. So we just have to be very aware of it. So I'm going to advocate with the agencies to make sure that 988 is a major discussion point for our September meeting. So that's the only comment I have. Do other folks have any other comments before we close?
Glenn, can you hear me? I'm Michael Martin in Rochester.
Yeah. Hey, Michael. Yep.
Yeah, just as a new business, with the shooting that was in Buffalo, last year or maybe 2 years ago, OMH did a nice presentation to us about mental health support in partnership with school districts. Can we get a update to those initiatives and efforts in one of our next meetings?
Absolutely.
And then, and I apologize if I didn't know this already, and I couldn't really find the answer. Is supremacy a mental illness in New York State?
What?
Is what?
I'm sorry, is what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Is white supremacy or supremacy considered a mental illness in New York State?
No, I mean, we have clinicians here who are a lot more expert than I am. Yeah, I don't think so.
I couldn't find an answer, so I was just wondering. I know it's been debated nationally, but
we have
we're talking about disparities, inequality, and mistreatment and injustice. That is the root of it, to be honest. Then we need to understand that. We need to understand how it develops, especially in young people. I'm a believer that racists aren't born, they're taught. And so I don't know, how we address that from a behavioral health standpoint, but I do think it's something we need to explore as a society and as common humanity.
Michael, you're so right. I constantly say that, and I could be wrong. We have the experts, we have clinicians here, but I've always said recently, because we get quoted a lot about this issue, is that hatred and racism is not in the DSM-4. There is no medication for hatred and racism. And, it's unfortunate, and you're absolutely right. And I hate when they conflate mental health and violence. This is a constant discussion, fight we have to keep fighting every day. And we've seen it so often. We saw it in Texas. We've seen it to some degree in Buffalo, but especially in Texas, what's happening. So I think we have to, I think the more we talk about this, as you said, the better the opportunities to break down the stigma and the hatred. So please, clinicians, tell me that there's nothing in the DSM-4 about
There is none. You are correct.
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if
Verified by
ever
the
ends
experts.
up there, we're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
If it ever ends up there, we're in deep trouble.
Exactly. Verified by the experts. Yep.
It is not a mental illness.
Oh, it drives me out, please. I spend every waking minute. Yep. I spend every waking minute talking about it. So frustrating.
Although people for ease and convenience want to make it a all this or all this situation. Many of these situations are multi-factor, and understanding the multi-factors, as you point out, gives you the opportunity of, can we intervene, and if so, where can we intervene, and how can we intervene?
Yeah.
Racism is taught.
You are so right. You are so right. I mean, and you look through you look through all the things. Oh, go ahead. But I can talk about this for hours, so go ahead. But I didn't want to cut anybody off.
As it relates to gun violence and mental health, is that correlation is not causation.
Exactly. And by the way, look at the rest of the world. There's mental illness around the rest of the world. As far as I know, there are mental health issues. How often are we seeing this around the rest of the world? So come on, it's.
I'm all for like I support the gun issues in terms of what New York State's done, but I do believe there's vulnerability in our young people as well.
Absolutely.
Support them, and I was really impressed with the OMH presentation, and that's why I want to update on that.
That's good.
In terms of what we're providing for our school, because I think we put a burden on teachers. Back in my day, teachers used to just teach. Now they're social workers. Now they want them to be security guards, and now they want them to be tactical interventionists.
I know.
Yeah, but I thought, and I thought OMH had a good presentation. I just want to get an update on that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, in Ohio, they want us to carry guns. Yeah.
So, is there a role for the...
Carry guns.
Sorry, I could talk about this for 5 hours.
Yeah, I didn't mean to open a can of worms here, but it was on my mind. Like, what are we doing? Like, what else can we do?
I know, you're right.
I think it is a multifaceted thing, and we just need to do all we can to prevent.
Right.
steps in life on Jesus.
But according to David, this meeting isn't ending, so we can continue having.
It's my fault, no? We get dinner?
But anybody else have comments that I can throw in my 2 cents? Anybody else have comments?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
You know, I do think